This broadcast from IOF TV is brought to you by T-Cartor and Lumonite.
Hello and welcome back to Finland for the final event of this 2024 Orienteering World Cup. We've got the two relays coming up today. First of all, the men's and then the women's. And we've had some cracking relays over the last couple of years. And this one hopefully will be no different in amongst these beautiful forests around Kuopio, where the World Champs, if you don't remember, will be held in next summer. So very exciting preparation for all of the teams as they keep going with their warm-ups ready for this men's relay, which will start in about 8 or 9 minutes time. Got all the build up for that. It's a bit colder this morning for all of the teams, but you can see they are ready and raring to go. And it's not only about the teams, it is about the overall World Cup standings, the team standings as well. We will come on to that in just a moment. But as you can see, we expect an overall winning time of about 99 minutes combined for all of these legs. Distance between 5.5 and 5.6 kilometers, heading out we're actually at the same arena as we've been at for the last couple of competitions, so some fairly familiar terrain for some of these athletes. And Jonas, why don't you talk us through the course?
Yeah, you named it. It's the same arena as the last days, but we will go into a new part this time. You can see it here to the south of the arena. Haven't been there in the long distance and the middle distance. It looks a bit complicated. We have forkings here that we only see on the men's first and second leg. That's what we see right now here. This southern part, very southern part, the course planner told us that around 6 or 7 this control, it's incredibly fast. He wonders even if they will be able to run a pace of 3.5 minutes per kilometer there. But then change to the northern bit, it's the part where they expect things to happen, especially the long leg out from the arena passage to control 11. Then back, this is familiar terrain for everyone who has been running yesterday. The last forking we see here, it's only a forking for the first and second leg. So this course we see here is the first and second leg options. This is one of the challenges of today. This is this southern part where we haven't been in yet. You can see, yeah, it's not a lot of much of a route choice here, but it's more about the terrain preview. I guess we're gonna see now why they expect it to be so quick. You can see there's barely anything on the floor. It's full speed orienteering. And of course it can be a bit tricky. It's flat, you don't get many features here. I remember an interview yesterday. They said that's actually control number 8, one that looked quite easy on the map. I think it was Breivik who said that,
Yeah, it
was one of the most difficult controls because you didn't have anything, you were just running and hoping to get the feature. And I mean, you have this small marsh here in the middle of nowhere. You have to be careful with that. But of course, if you have direction and you get, yeah, about 10 meters right, you should be able to see the control. This again, legs, not much of route choices, but it's all about the terrain preview here. Yesterday, this was control 14 just there, was one of the last controls in the women's and men's relay. You can see that it's also pretty quick here. In this part, you always have to make sure to not overpace in these sections in order to have some oxygen left when you have to do orienteering again. Especially in relays, that's very crucial. You can also see here, I mean, there are not so many features in the terrain to spot. Be accurate with direction, that's the key today.
Yeah, it's really very few features in terrain, especially in that southern bit, as you mentioned just now, Jonas, and the course setters are actually saying there aren't very many features on the map for them to actually put a control on, so kind of limited in actually wanting to do the forkings and actually wanting to make the forkings even as well.
That's one of the reasons why that's basically the reason why we have forking on the first and second leg in the very south and not for all three legs, because they simply didn't find enough features to make three kind of equal and, well, worthy forkings for this relay.
Yeah, very interesting then, characteristics like inventive forkings taking place then on this relay. You can see all the men's teams lining up there at the bottom of your picture. 55 teams on the start line. The European champions are Norway. The world champions are Switzerland. And of course, you want to count them as always in amongst the favourites. But maybe an unusual Swiss team lining up here, the Switzerland #1, which obviously means we've got to count in Sweden and Finland as well as amongst our top favourites, Jim.
Yeah, I mean, unusual. I don't know. I mean, if you had looked at a team back 5 years ago, you could have said, yeah, that's an unusual lineup for Switzerland. It's just that you would have had options. It was pre-hand selected before this World Cup round, so maybe they would have chosen differently after this World Cup round.
Yeah, with good performances by Fabian Absold. He isn't in the first team. It's Daniel Hubman, Martin Hubman, the two brothers, and Matthias Kibbert on the last leg. Jürgen Backlid goes out first for Norway, then Erik Langdal Breivik, yesterday's winner, and Kasper Foster, the overall World Cup champion, on the third leg. As you can see here, Timo Oxenden leading out the Finns. E2 Savalainen, he had a third and fourth place in this competition. Great results from him. And Mika Kirmala on the last leg. No, Olli Janaho running for Finland today. He's got a small foot injury. He's had such a tough season with injury on and off, so it's a shame to see him miss out of the lineup. But still, that Finnish team are going to be very, very strong, especially with Savalainen and Kirmala on the last two legs as well. And then these teams that we're seeing here, Czechia, Great Britain, Italy, and the next line behind them as well, looking probably for a top 6 on the podium. Really, the top 4 teams, Sweden, Switzerland, Norway and Finland, are really quite outstanding favourites, I think, in this relay. And not just the first teams, you've got to still look back at the second and third teams as well, especially when it comes to Sweden. The Swedish second team is very, very strong. So they've got their maps lining up on the start, ready to go. And there are 55 teams out into the terrain, running out of this arena, straight towards the start kite. And I mean, their first glimpse of terrain, and it's always so exciting in these World Cup relays. Loads and loads of teams all together, and it looks like the Czechs have hit the front there. I think
it's the usual picture. It's the usual picture with Jonas Hubacek in the very top of the field, just a few meters after the start.
But you can see it's quite a long run out here. across the road and over to the next field to get to the southern part of the terrain. Lots of guys still very, very close together. You can see Mariani, I think, there from Italy on the left-hand side of the picture. Everyone very close, and now you can see they're all starting to look into their maps. And now nobody really wanting to take the lead, I think, here. I think we've got Sweden in the lead. We've got Boxnen from Finland in the front on the right. But it's Victor Svensson who is on the first leg for Sweden 1. He's in the team that got the silver medal at the European Championship, also won first leg, of course very experienced of relay running in the likes of Tiomila and the likes of Jukala. And now splitting up slightly here as they head into the terrain.
And as usual, we have a forking at the first control, 3 different options, all into the same direction, all in the same slope. But I think it should be clear enough just before the control in order to not make it too difficult for the runners. They shouldn't struggle too much on this. When you approach the control, you will cross a small hill, and there you have the chance to figure out on which side of it's kind of the middle of the hill is the highest bit, so you can figure out on which side you have of this biggest part you have to cross. That kind of, yeah, it's like a ridge, and then get to your control. Sure, we're gonna see that on the map very soon.
Yeah, it's not the most difficult kind of first control.
No,
they kind of spread wide, and yeah, it's fairly distinct.
Very open forest. Very open forest. I mean, you can see it almost on this picture. Here you can spot the runners every now and then on the floor there between the trees. And visibility is good, so navigation shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, you say navigation shouldn't be a problem, but with actually very few features on this terrain, do you think we'll see a few mistakes, or do you think it'll be actually a bit like the race we saw in Hungary, which is very, very close together and very kind of competitive the whole way round?
On this first loop in the southern part, I don't think we're going to see any mistakes, especially due to the fact that in the most flat part, there's no forking. So I think if we see mistakes, then it's in the second part at the very northern bit. That's actually the part where we saw most of the mistakes yesterday in the Middle East. And so maybe there, but now the runners are very much aware of the fact that they have to be careful there as well. So I expect it to be quite similar to what we have seen in Hungary just a few weeks ago.
So you can see them running by the tape, by the out of bounds. That's between control 1 and 2. So maybe a good amount of distance for free there.
Maybe to get back to that, I mean, if it's if there's not that many places where you can do a mistake or where we expect mistakes, it won't make it easier to win that relay, because that means that if any of your runners in your team does a mistake, one of the 3 legs, it will be incredibly hard to get back into the leading group. I think there's only maybe Norway and Sweden that could make a comeback with more than a minute mistake when they really are 1 minute behind the group. That's so incredibly tough. Of course, a bit depending on how even the different forkings are, but it will be difficult. France here, in my opinion, a bit far to the north. They are a bit in danger.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, even if you've got the A control to head so you can see that edge of the open.
Yeah, exactly.
Even if you're not running exactly along it, you really want to be able to see it, use it as a bit of handrail, and they're alone there in that section.
Yeah, he now got to control 9. I think he could relocate there.
But here is Victor Svensk. This is control number 3. So this is our first. Czechia next, Martin Rudny. Norway 3. This is Isak Johnson.
You can see
2, Albin Rudefeld.
It's incredibly high pace at this level. You see they're not running beside each other at all. There's one big line with a few meters between the runners. Shows you that, yeah, the speed is high here in the beginning.
Norway's in there as well in 6th place with Jürgen Backlid. Finland 1 is actually behind Finland 2 and 3, but in 14th place.
Switzerland half a minute behind already.
And as you can see there, 41, we've actually had 41 teams through already. Or within a minute there.
I mean, it's the first part of the forking here before this TV control, so it's possible that it was a bit uneven in the forking system.
Yeah, because if you had A, you only had 1 control. If you had B or C, you had 2 controls before this. But A was a bit further away.
Then there's only 1 control for E on this one, and 2 controls for D.
Yeah, and then we'll see them back again at the
this here.
Control.
That's the part where the course planner is really wondering if they can get down to 3.5 minutes pace per kilometer. You can see it's incredibly fast to run here.
Yeah, it just feels like we're flying through the terrain and through the trees. Kind of what actually Erik Langendal Breivik was talking about yesterday, talking about that feeling of just flying in all of the controls. And that's exactly what Victor Svensk is doing, leading out this relay. Heading to a common control now. Again, we're going to get a time check here. Should do. And you can just see through here how flat it is, how few features there are in this terrain to work from, and you've got to head quite a long way on the compass here. And of course, you've got, we just see Victor Svensk in the picture here, but if you turn the other way, we're going to see loads and loads of runners here, and you can see maybe it was a little bit too far to the left here.
Yeah, it was definitely.
So this is slightly behind time, this GPS tracking, but you can see, there we go, as we add Sweden in there, that's Victor Svensk, who we could just see just slightly left in the picture.
I think he figured it out just in time, maybe spotted the flag at the control. And then, of course, the others behind, they can see Victor Svensk. Yeah. They won't do the same mistake.
No, they can see him make that turn into the control. They'll be able to, even if they were kind of following him initially, they'll be able to see that. They'll be able to correct on that distance, on the actual bearing into the control.
Still,
this is Albin Rudefeld.
I'm a bit surprised. I mean, Victor Svensk, he is pushing really, really hard, but he was able to actually make a small gap, and I'm surprised about that. I would have expected a few of the others that they would be able to follow him.
But I mean, we talk a lot about the job on the first leg, the first and the second legs of the relay, and how can you kind of sum up what is the job on the first leg of the relay?
Well, it's to get. It depends very much on what kind of team you're running for. Victor Svensk actually, if I look at the team here. If we compare the Swedish team and the Norwegian team, which I see as the 2 big favorites, I would say if we take the results from the last 2 days or from the last 2 competitions, Norway has an advantage on a small advantage on the second leg and a small advantage on the third leg. And Then, of course, maybe Victor Svensk has the advantage compared to the Norwegian team to make a difference on the first leg. Jørgen Bakli hasn't really had exactly as good results as Erik Langedal, Breivik and Kasper Fosser. So maybe their tactics really is to try to get away on the first leg. This would be an aggressive kind of tactics. But, I mean, it looks like that. No one told Victor Svensk to keep the pace down. That's for sure.
No, this is an amazing gap after just 8 controls. You can see there, 2.4 kilometers, 11 minutes of running, and we're waiting for the next team.
And keep in mind, I mean, this kind of terrain, we said it, not many features. It's hard to keep control over everything. But if you're running in a group, you have so many eyes, you will see everything. It's so much harder to run alone and pick quick in this. And Victor Svensk is just running away from the others.
But so he's now been lost though. He's, you know, they won't really be able to see him ahead. See how big that gap was, really. That
no, I'm not even sure if they know that he's ahead.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, I also
probably,
think the same.
You can't be sure.
You know, when someone breaks off the front of a mixed sprint relay, you know they've gone off the front or in a knockout sprint or something like that. But it's a bit more tricky to be able to tell here in the forest.
Yeah, and there's so many teams, so I think a few of the runners, they know it because they have been on the same forking. They've noticed when he slightly got away, but others might not know it. So if you had the A control at the first control and Victor Svensk had the B controls, you might not have seen him get away.
Yeah. Well, so if you look at some of our favourites coming through there, Sweden in the lead, Sweden 2 in second place. We've still got Norway up there, they were in third place. Finland 1 was in 10th place. Switzerland, Daniel Hubben on the first leg, back down in 21st place, but not too, still kind of in amongst that pack.
I have to say that I think that Hubben had a slightly longer option. He had the C control, which I think is longer. The first one compared to B, what Victor Svensk had, and then he had the same the same forking at the second one. So I think that a bit of the advantages or disadvantages in the group behind are due to the forkings as well.
Yes, obviously we have to wait until the very end of the relay, or at least halfway through that third and final leg, for all of those forkings to kind of play out. This is the next control then punching here on the way to this arena passage, change from the southern section to the northern section.
We had 3 kilometers of running in a time of a bit more than 30 minutes. That's just incredible. I mean, it's just a bit slower than 4 minutes per K.
Yeah, so quick, so speedy, and this gap is just absolutely massive at this stage in the relay. But with the trickier bit still to go, where you might want to save quite a few legs, there's a lot of climbing, pretty much, well, they do have to go all the way.
Interesting as well, they can't even see him on this open field, so his gap is too big in order to see them when he's approaching control 10 or getting over the field. So I think, yeah, he's totally out of sight for them.
And how important is positioning in this group, in this pack? How much will people be thinking of making the opportunities they can to overtake people?
In this, well, it will get more important in the second part. In the first part, when it's so quick, so it doesn't matter wherever you run in the terrain, it's still fast. You don't have to run behind someone in order to get a good track. It will be a bit different on the northern part. It's a bit rougher, it's a bit greener. But in this southern bit, it didn't matter too much. You just have to be careful in order to not let the gap in front of you grow. But, I mean, that has nothing with the position. I mean, there's nothing to do with the position. Either you are able to keep the pace or not. But now in the second bit, it gets more difficult or more important. And you could see now when they got here, they start to be a bit more nervous. Runners getting a bit more to the left, others getting a bit more to the right. You can see it's quite an extreme forking. A few of them go straight to control 11, to the K option, Others have I and J in between. Makes it different if you have a control halfway. I think it's a bit more difficult here. I mean, you can be more attacking in Victor Svensk position now because you don't have to do the precise kind of orienteering at IJ option and have to go full. You can go full speed to the top of the hill and then drop back, and then of course you have to slow down when you get into the slope. That's where we've seen many of the runners struggling yesterday, but you have a very long period where you can be quite rough in with your technique and running quickly.
Yeah, those are the standings at the arena passage, as we see there. And this is a very, it's a very unusual forking to have. It's a very extreme forking. And actually, you see Victor Svensk here having this really long control across to K, as you can say, can just do that rough orienteering. That really means, I think it just kind of sets it up for later legs of there lots of potential for, I don't know, an upset or some sort of changing in position when we get to the later legs on this relay.
Yeah, and it's a bit different now. It's more important, as I mentioned before, to find these smaller tracks, to get the good passages. We've seen that yesterday on the long legs where we changed side of the hill. For example, in the women's race, I think it was Mario Lausen who had a really good track a bit more to the left. So it can make a big difference if you run a few meters to the left or to the right. And in this situation, you can lose time without really making so many things wrong, and that often leads to bigger changes in the lead, especially when you're alone.
Yeah, you see most of the athletes heading towards I and J, number 11, and then a few athletes you can see there: Sweden, Finland 2, Czechia, Switzerland 2, all heading up and over the hill on that long control to K, and of course suddenly their run becomes much quieter as well, with much fewer teams on that option.
I think if you have the K option that the Victor Svensk has, it's a good option to go to the semi-open area, because if you go straight through the green, it will be hard to find a distinct entrance to the control. If you follow the semi-open, you have time, you have a bit of white before the control, you have time to get the right direction, to get the feeling for the distance, and then just head towards the control. It will be more difficult if you go straight over. And it looks like, it looks on the GPS as if Victor Svensk would do exactly this, follow the semi-open, and then get to the control a bit from the southeast.
So this whole group here, you can see, I think that's Ruslan Glibov on the left-hand side of the picture, all just having climbed up this slope on the right. You can see how it just flattens out, and the runners could open up their strides. And of course now they're heading either to I or J, everyone in that group. You can see just heading up towards the very top of the hill now. We've got the open towards the right-hand side, which you can just see there through the trees, and some still very quick kind of passages through here. And now they dip out towards this semi-open, this feld area, running right along the boundary. So everybody, in fact, making use of this boundary. As you can see there on the picture, pretty much everybody. Maybe we've got like Norway 2 heading a little bit more direct to go into the J control. See a lot of this group sticking along the boundary of the semi-open. They'll have the I control, although some people are now starting to cut down. Really picking up your feet through these felled trees and the ditches, and yes, our camera operator coming a little bit unstuck there.
Now, so interesting to see Victor Svensk now gets that spur You get the crack there, open area. Most of the features on the map very distinct. It's interesting if you compare this map with an old map. You can see that the old map looks totally different, but only the most distinct features are mapped on this one. So if you see a stone on this map here, it will definitely be very visible in the terrain. Now,
Yeah, it was really interesting playing Spot the Difference, wasn't it, on that old map? But yeah, he's just really making a bend there.
Yeah, but you can see it. He clearly wanted to see that stone. It was his attack point. He wanted to run in the slope until he sees the stone with the marsh, and then from there attack the control. Because if you just go in there and you don't have a distinct attack point, you can see now he got also the stone just before the control. He checked off every single detail he could get. That's very. I mean, that's perfectly executed.
And it's amazing that he can do that at such high speed as well.
Yeah. I mean, he slowed down a little bit. Now it will be interesting to see Finland and Czechia doing something similar. They don't get this distinct attack point. They have the spur, of course, but now they have a few meters where they have to trust only on their compass, on direction. But it seems to work out fine, I guess. Bit more risk. No problems for them. We have also Jonas Ecker going a bit more a risky way. He will get the stone now. Now it seems as if he would check if the control is there. It isn't, so then he has to go a bit more to the north. Now I have the feeling that probably K was a bit slower, or then Victor Svensk had to slow down a little bit, because it seems as if the group behind getting closer again. It's half a minute almost exactly.
Yeah, it does feel like they've caught him back up a little bit of time.
Or at least not continue to lose time.
Yeah, the last count, Finland 2 was 28 seconds behind, so that was the lead of the Swedish team. And we look, here he comes then through the course towards control 14, so 4.7 kilometers.
A bit too far up the hill. A small mistake by Victor Svensk. The group behind is executing this one better. They should get closer now.
Yeah, we can see if we can see them coming through the terrain. I think we need to look a little bit further down, actually.
Yeah.
You can almost hear them coming now, even a lot more to the left. Here they go. And
yeah, they were looking for it.
There's Ukrainian.
There was like a small terrace halfway. They were using this one in order to get to the right direction, to get a bit of help, and better executed here by the chasing group.
And all the main names we can see in that group. We had the first team from Norway, had the first team from Finland up there. Did Switzerland go through?
Yeah, they did.
Yep.
In seventh
place. So all the big names in there. Got Czechia there, so that's 16 teams through at this point, and now a little bit of a gap.
With Denmark.
And France, I think. Another Swiss team here.
It's the Swiss second team. Jonas Ecker. France second team.
Yeah, and some of those teams here have dropped quite a lot, maybe climbing up a little bit too much into this control. Okay, let's catch up then with the leaders. Again, different forkings here, L or M. 2 different options, which obviously shows at the very end of the last leg, they all will have the same controls. And back again behind Victor Svensk in the lead. Still all alone in the forest. No problems there. And you can see that tail 30 seconds on the tracking. So I think he's actually pulled away again a little bit more compared to the chasing group.
I'm not sure if all of the teams there went straight to the right option, but didn't matter too much. It's definitely a bit shorter to have M here. And if you have L, the second control, you should try to change side of that small valley before, so that you don't have to get through the valley. So if you follow too long to the M control, then you have to go down and up again. That would be a mistake then.
So here he is, the leader into the field, ready for the changeover then. We're going to hand over to Max Petterbema, yesterday's 3rd place. And what a dream start then for this Swedish team.
It's kind of it's kind of a strange gap. I mean, it's half a minute. It's quite a lot for this kind of course, but it will be hard to maintain this. I mean, one single hesitation and you have a whole group behind you. It will be, I mean, a very good performance by Max Petterbema. The first control will be needed. I mean, both speed-wise and technical-wise, it will be crucial for him to not to have any struggles at all in the beginning if he wants to maintain that lead.
It's also a long run out towards the actual start kite. You can see it here, and it gives the opportunity for the others to kind of maybe see him ahead, and he just needs to not look back. The gap you can see there, 25 seconds of Sweden 3, Norway, Switzerland 3, Sweden 2, Finland, all cross the line together. Look at that. 5 teams all together at the exchange. Ukraine with Ruslan Glebov there too. And we've got a lot of the good teams still in the mix there. We've got Switzerland as well, handing over in 9th place. Daniel Hubman handing over to his brother Martin Hubman. Slovakia still up there.
Very good to run here from the Finnish first team, from Timo Oksanen. Did a great job on the first leg.
There they go, climbing out of the arena. Ralph Street waits for Simon Harden here in 17th. A bit of a gap there between 16th, 17th. You can see Ivan Abersol waiting there. We've also got the Danish team just exchanging, got the French team. Martin Rudney there, sat on the floor looking at the map then. 20 teams already exchanged within the 2 minutes. It's a mixed team there, the Latvian team, there's the Italians changing over and the Austrians. teams now changing through, but it does mean we have had the leaders out for 3 minutes. Max Betterbema with a 25-second lead.
There was another boulder.
Yeah.
I mean, it looked like it was.
Yeah. It was really
green.
I was like, I had rocks everywhere.
I came onto this cliff and was like,
yeah. I was a bit. Sky slots contact on 12 and 13.
Hector Haynes and Nathan Lawson there. These are the standings then. As I said, 25-second gap, and then 5 teams very close together, from Sweden 3 to Finland, within that 30 seconds down, and then pretty much a constant stream there down to Czechia in 16th place. And then a few other kind of groups, bunches of teams later on. And then now we can have a little look here.
Interesting to see it exactly happened, but I kind of predicted. I mean, the first little hesitation by Max Betterbema and the others at there. Again, he had the A control, so he had to go a bit further. The others, if you had B, you're kind of crossing his way towards the control, and very soon I think they will have him again. See that Switzerland now with the A control, but they are about half a minute behind still. They have to be careful now in order to not get a group away, because as soon as it is a group that's in the lead, that makes a big difference. So far we had one single runner there.
Yeah, exactly, because they can all work together. They can really kind of scan the terrain and, you know, use the speed, use it as a bit of motivation as well.
Yeah, and if one of the forkings is uneven for about 5 or 7 seconds, if you're that behind the group, you can easily or quite easily get back into the group, but you don't have to work out that 7 seconds back all by yourself. So that's a big difference compared to when there's only one runner in the lead. Of course, if you look at this GPS here, there are more teams out there, so it's not only the ones we have in the comparison.
Here is Max Betterbema.
But we see other runners there behind already.
This is either the second or third control, depending on your forkings, and you can see Finland there catching up, Norway there. So Savalainen there, Breivik and Emil Svensk. Very strong groups here. This is Sweden 3, I think.
Exactly, Simon Nymark.
It's like 3 Swedish teams in the top 5. Very crazy. Now we've got Finland 2. This is another Norwegian team. This is the 3rd team. This is Man Daly on their 2nd team. I think we've got 9 teams through, and only Sweden, Finland and Norway, and now Switzerland. So 11 teams through, and they're all from our kind of top 4 nations. Timo Sild bringing it home there from Estonia, getting a different nation in the mix. And we've got Vandas from Czechia and the Ukrainian team as well in the mix. There's Abersold in the 2nd Swiss team. Did you say earlier that the Swiss had selected their teams before the championship, before the World Cup final? Yes.
Yes, they have.
Which is very typical for them, isn't it? They make their selections before the competition.
Yes, that's very typical for the Swiss team. I think it makes a difference. For a few runners, it's quite good if you have quite an even team and you do the pre-hand selection. The runners know how to prepare, they know what they should prepare for, how the program looks like. So it can be an advantage as well. But if you go to a special kind of terrain and you don't really know, or you get a surprise, for example, at one of the weekends. Now, of course, this wasn't the case here, but if you look back, for example, at the European Championships, you had a few surprises there in a few of the teams. If you then pre-hand select, it can be a disadvantage because you don't really have the team according to the shape and the terrain and how much confidence they have. On the other hand, you have a team that's very well prepared. They know what leg, they know what, that they would run, they know how everything would be this week. So it can be an advantage, it can be a disadvantage. For me, it's a bit of a surprise, for example, that if you pre-hand select, that you have Keywords back in the team without having him seen in a World Cup. Now we know that he had good runs in the test races, he had good runs at the Swiss Championships, so of course he can do that. It's also a bit of, you could argue for the fact to get Fabian Abersold into the team because he had good performances at the European Championships. He was good now in Thursday and the long distance. But so had Martin Hultmann had good results throughout the season or second half of the season. Daniel Hultmann performed good every time almost he was running the first leg. And usually Kibbutz is the last leg runner, so you can you can have this team. It's just about, you could have other runners in the team as well, and no one would be surprised.
Well, we drop back down to this chasing group, and you can see that Max Petter has managed to establish a little bit more of a gap again after losing a bit of time to the first control, and these three running together. And what I really noticed from watching that camera operator and watching the camera and watching Max Petter is you barely even noticed the control. There was no change of speed at all whatsoever, and really, oh, that was the control, was it? Okay. Just so smooth through kind of in that whole process, I was going to say he knew exactly which way to go, but he's gone out of the control quite far left, and now we might see him actually on the left further ahead here because he did not have super great direction actually to the control.
It's easier to have good flow if you have good visibility in the forest, because then as soon as you see the control as a runner, you start, or even before you start preparing, but then you can start the routine with okay, double check the route, take a look again at the control so you don't get it out of sight, then back, what's the direction like, where do I have to exit, kind of catch a feature in that direction with your eyes, look into the direction in order to get a good flow. And of course, as later you see the control, as more difficult it gets to have a good flow with everything, because you have to do everything within 1 or 2 seconds. If you have 10 seconds time, that's so much time for a world-class orienteer that they don't have to stop, or they don't even have to slow down a little bit. So that makes it much easier. Interesting before was that you could see how Emil Svensk was looking around or backwards to see how many runners that still are in the group. Good here by Imark, I think, after feeling that he's getting closer. It's 21 seconds behind before. I think he's a bit closer to the group now.
Yeah, he's run really well on this bit, and so Max Petter was able to get a little bit of a gap after the previous forking, but basically his direction out of the previous control just brought that gap right back again.
Dangerous now for Switzerland, because the gap, 13 seconds to Delhi, 20 seconds to Skogstad. It's really on the edge in order to see the runners in front of you. So that's a risky zone now. If they lose the group, that would be very, very hard then to get back. Abersold with a good start here as well.
So Ralph Street goes through in 15th place there, and now we have a little bit of a gap back towards the next chasing group. So really fairly continuous runners, a few 10-second gaps, as you mentioned, Jonas, here and there in amongst these top 15. I think really we've got a really strong group of kind of top 6 of all those big nations at the start. And then
And
now a bit more of a gap. We're looking for Denmark next, I think.
something we haven't been talking about too much so far is I mean, it's not only the fight here for the result in this particular relay, it's also the fight for the overall victory in the relay or in the Team World Cup. It is not only a relay World Cup, and we have 3 teams within 51 points. Switzerland leading Norway 13 points behind, Sweden 51 points behind. That sounds like, yeah, 50 points, but you can win 2,000 points today. So 1,000 in the women's relay and 1,000 in the men's relay. So it's basically, yeah, the nation performing best today is going to win the Team World Cup.
Yeah, it's very open. And now we have Max Petter again back through the arena passage, and he is 10 seconds ahead of Emil Svensk, Savolainen, Breivik, still there for the first teams of Finland and Norway.
It's a bit interesting because in other sports, like in cycling or anywhere, you now tell Svensk to slow down and not take the lead in the group in order to not get the chasing nations closer to your first team. That's not really the case in orienteering. All the nations, they want to get up there. But
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
and the second team wants to beat the first team as well. Like, that's a big thing. Yeah.
But I mean, Svensk now here in this situation helps the other teams getting closer, helps Finland to get closer, the first team. Also helps Norway in a way, yeah.
You can see the high pace then here as they climb this hill. Imark there just passing the camera, and actually these front groups spreading out quite a bit at this point. And you can see this incredibly strong as they climb this hill out of the arena. And then now we've got that really interesting big long leg for a third of the runners. The others will have a couple of controls before they meet up again at the common control. So we're getting the time check there at the kind of control before the woods, the other side of the woods. And now we see a lot of these athletes coming through here. Severi Kymäläinen there alongside Daniel Vandas of Czechia, like Fabian Abersold as well. There's Kymäläinen just going a little bit longer in the field to then cut up through the terrain. I think that's a likely route choice if you've got that really long control at K. And then they head up the hill. Lots and lots of climb here.
Interesting, especially to see which nation that have the K control. You can see Finland, they probably shouldn't really be... I mean, there you could go a bit more straight, as we had Victor Svensk on the first leg. I would say it's quite good to go like Finland 3, go into the small re-entrant just in the very end of the run over at the passage. Then get on the top of the hill, get to this semi-open area and attack the control as Victor Svensk did.
Yeah, there's a bit more white forest doing that.
Yeah, and a bit less of climbing, because otherwise you climb up a hill and then go through the valley again to the other side.
Yeah, just about where Sweden 2 is about to go now.
So yeah, exactly. So they climb up 1 or 2 curves in order to get to the I or J control, and then they go through the valley again. Will be interesting to see if they are gonna round the hill and then attack K from almost the east.
Yeah, I wonder if they could go kind of east of the J control. The 12J.
I mean, they could even stay below and round it quite low, but then this stony area looks quite... Yeah, exactly. You don't really want to get into there.
If it was me, I'd be avoiding that section. But I don't like rocky and steep. So on the steepest part of the slope now. And we can see them as it's flattened off a little bit. This is still Max Petterbeimer, Sweden 1. You can see on the flattest section of the hill. See the gap, it's hardly anything there. There's Finland, and Iitti Savalainen has shown really great form in this terrain. So too, of course, has Erik Lankadal Breivik. You just see him in the picture alongside him. Both of them with medal positions from the 2 individual competitions here at this World Cup final. Cut across to all of the Norwegian teams.
Yngve Skogstad and Magne Dæhlie. You see that they are a bit more to the left compared to the runners in front of them. And now following the edge of this semi-open area.
They're really picking their way through these fallen trees, the felled trees. Actually doesn't look too bad. Sometimes this kind of stuff can be really, really rough, but I've seen worse.
I mean, as long as you don't have it bushy and you can see the ground, it's quite okay. The worst thing if you don't know where you put your foot on.
Yeah, this kind of terrain could be hiding really big holes in the ground. Making good progress, and they see Magne Dæhlie just picking his way through maybe slightly better, and then we can have a look then at all of the teams. So both of those Norwegian teams have K, so too does Sweden too. That is Emil Svensk.
It's probably the most interesting part seen from a technical aspect. There's a bit of a risk there. Don't know what Sweden 2 heading quite straight down. Maybe it was a bit better runnability just at that place. Haven't seen any mistakes at K, the first leg.
At least not amongst the leaders.
No, very careful. I know, I mean, they knew from yesterday that they have to slow down in this bit.
Yeah, this is where it's very close to where loads of people were making mistakes. Basically between K11 and 12 is where there were quite a few mistakes on the men's race yesterday. It made for quite entertaining viewing, but probably not if you were wandering around that green forest trying to find the control. So again, Sweden K quite high here, but then they back up.
But they also go to the stone in order to get the attack point. Now they are heading down to the second stone. It's exactly what Viktor Svensk did. Trying to get every feature on the way. For me, that looks very good.
See Finland 3 over on the right-hand side of the picture in that kind of stony.
That's what I said before.
The running speed very slow.
Yeah, they will lose time down in this semi-open area. I'm quite sure about that.
So you can see Sweden with the J control now with a decent gap. If you look at the others honing in on that control, maybe like a 30 seconds gap again there due to the forking.
And the two Swiss teams, well. They have to be careful now. They're not really on a good direction. They have to go down to this 12-13 control. It's Abersold and Hultmann. I think that Abersold got control over the situation. Hultmann still heading down in a strange direction.
It's so hard to find exactly where you are kind of where we saw them on the GPS tracking there. It's so flat and the hill is so round, and there's just the green and the white, there's no distinct vegetation boundary there at all. But let's take the leader, because it is still Sweden, their first team. Max Petterbeimer managed to get back ahead. His lead was cut to 10 seconds, even less than 10 seconds at some points, and now is back in the lead, and we can't see any other teams coming through quite yet. So we'll keep looking into the forest. He's executed this one much better than Victor Svensk, and here we can see that's the mistake then from Martin Hubman in the red line.
Absol, who was together with Hubman, stopped and went down a bit earlier. This used the re-entrant. He's now in this group, in the chasing group. They're all together. Hubman, a little bit behind.
So 33 seconds is the gap as Simon Imark goes through there. Finland 2 and Tukisepa is the next one. There is Emil Svensk with Sweden 2. Breivik is still in there. This looks like Savolainen. From Finland, we've got Magna Daly there too. And this is Abersold here, as you said, now in that leading group, essentially, or that first chase group as it is, behind Sweden 1.
So here you can see it again. If you have the L option, then it's a good thing to go, and now we don't see it anymore, to go to the next one, bit further to the east in the very beginning in order to be on the right side of that re-entrant that's coming with the green. So here's Martin Hubman. You can see now 1 minute and 39 behind. Lost about 40 seconds doing the mistake. So now here you can see it again. You can see that Beimer is heading into a good direction.
So crashing down through the crags to the next L control. So you can see their GPS tracking just slightly behind, and that fact we actually lost Sweden's tracker for a little bit.
I think he was just at the corner of this track there when he went down. He could try to go to the other side, a bit higher up there where we have the stone. Then you wouldn't have to climb. You could get a bit better flow into the running. But I mean, the control is easy from here as well.
And of course, this is a section where they've been before, a couple of, obviously, one time before, yesterday in the middle distance.
Yeah. Then they were coming from the east towards the M control, actually, towards that direction. I think the control itself was a bit higher. Yeah, so now the Swiss will look back to the overall World Cup in team. They now have to hope for the second team, I think, because the gap down to Martin Hubman is a bit big. So Fabian Abersold and then Joey Hardorn on the last leg.
And the gap drops back again here. Closes back up as Imark now closing the gap 10 seconds, but still in the lead, just about. Sweden managing to hold on, and I think Max Petterbeimer has pretty much been in the lead the whole way, but it's grown and shrunk the whole way on this second leg, with a few mistakes here and there, and then pulling ahead, and then a few mistakes. I mean,
Still very, very
quickly.
good.
Just a few seconds here and there, but yeah, it's very
Very,
impressive.
very
still.
good to defend that gap. I mean, he didn't have a very big gap. It was about half a minute. 25 seconds, and that's not much. He has still about 25 seconds, now a bit less.
Sweden 3 still in second place. Finland 2 there up into third. Norway, Sweden 2, and Savolainen should be somewhere as well. There's Joey Hadon off for Switzerland 2. Finland there still in that top group. So there's a group of 7 then at the end of this second leg, going into the third leg. It's very, very quick out there. We're going to absolutely destroy the expected winning time.
Habersold was very honest with his feelings there. Totally happy with his performance on the second leg. He should be. He brought them from, I think it was about a minute quicker. It was, well, let's see here, it was 1 minute and 40 seconds behind at the start. Now it's only 20 seconds. Must have been one of the quickest times here on the second leg.
Yeah, his leg time, 26 minutes and 39 seconds. If you compare that to Jonas Ecker, who was on the first leg of his team, 29 minutes and 36 seconds, so 3 whole minutes quicker, and pulled up from 19th to 6th.
Yeah, and if you compare to Max Peter Beimer, as I said, 1:18 quicker.
Turning to the final straight, but the gap from Switzerland is already 1 minute 40 seconds.
So Norway 2 and 3 men, Adeli Ingvar-Skogstad both handing over there. This is Martin Hubman, so we saw that mistake over at the 12th control. That's dropped him down. I guess he was very similar time to Fabian Abersol, so dropped him now down into 10th place. Timo still next to come into changeover. And then looking for Czechia next, Daniel van Das handing over to Thomas Krivda. Yelling some words of encouragement at the changeover there. And then there's a long run out then towards the start triangle for these teams. 12 teams change through now. Just over 2 minutes, still all to play for, and they're very quick. You know, we've been talking a lot about the pace that these athletes have been running over this, 5.6k course, just those kind of 26, 27 minutes. And in fact, yeah, just looking at the leg times, it looks like, yeah, definitely Fabian Abersol has the quickest time on that one by about 40 seconds, with Tuukka Sepä having the next quickest time on that leg. So very, very strong result from him and for the man on the Finland second team. So just 12 teams through now. We've got Switzerland 3, France on their way through very shortly. And the first teams, leading teams, on their way through towards the first control now.
Bit of direction there. Wonder if he's gonna get it without any problems. He has to go a bit further to the west. Seems as if he's overshooting the control. Yeah, definitely a mistake by Sweden. Rickborn, I don't know what he's doing with. I mean, he must have. And I thought that at the European champs already in the Middle East, his feeling for distance, not always very accurate. I mean, he's overshooting the control by quite much. And at the European champs, Middle East, I don't know if you remember, he overshot the control by like 300 meters. That's maybe a bit too much, but 200 meters.
100 meters now, I think, if you're looking at this. This is a long way. I mean, that's going to end their relay, surely. Yeah,
for the first team, but they still have the second and the third team in the fight for the victory.
Classic Sweden. Yeah, but they have when one team messes up, they've got 2 teams, sometimes even 3 teams.
Now it's interesting as well. I mean, you can see that this option definitely was the quickest one because Joey Hadon is now up in the lead, and Rekman would have had the same option there would have had the chance to make a difference, to get away a bit more.
So now I've got to turn my start lists over, so I have different teams on the front, because it's, look at all these second teams: Finland 2, Switzerland 2, Sweden 2, all doing incredibly well. Samu Heiksö on the oh no, hang on, that's Finland 3. Getting confused now. Exeli Ruhola on the last leg for Finland 2. We've got Jerry Haddon on the last leg for Switzerland 2. Gustav Bergman on the last leg for Sweden 2.
Now Haddon has to turn direction towards the control. He's on the way a bit more towards the TV control already. Looks good for Finland too. They're on the perfect direction. Also Norway. Switzerland has to turn. Finland has to turn. Here we have Fosse now in the leads. And behind, I think there was Gustav Bergman. Yes, here he is.
And Exeli Ruhola as well.
Kiermula. And a mistake by Switzerland. Haddon.
Yep, as you mentioned it, so Haddon now 22 seconds behind. And we look at these apps, you know, all the teams tend to put their best runner on this last leg. So we've got Kasper Fosse, overall World Cup winner, second place yesterday. Mika Kiermala won the long distance on Thursday. Really kind of big names on these last legs. And this is one where maybe they will take a little bit more of a risk, or they'll push it a little bit harder.
It's hard to say. I mean, at the moment they all push really hard in this southern loop. Here we have Rekborn, lost about a minute, 1.5 maybe, and then maybe you start to take risk on the end. But I think everyone here, I mean, there's still so many teams, they all risk it quite much. Many frozen GPS devices. Here we have Kibbutz. 33 behind. Of course, due to the fact that we had a mistake by Martin Rekborn, the gap to the lead's not as big as it was at the start.
So back then with Kasper Fosse on his way to the fifth control. You can see we've lost quite a few GPS trackings in the green there, and this is the section where, as we mentioned before, this is all common controls here. Slightly different routes. They could only find one.
Yeah, and
not enough equal forkings, basically.
Something we can to mention. After this fifth control, we have a new control at control 6, only used for this third leg. So it will be, you can see it, there's another direction out from the control. The control is located under the graphics, approximately where we have the third Norwegian team listed there at 146. That's where the control is. For Haddon there, about 10-15 seconds behind. It's very important to get back here, but as long as the gap isn't bigger as this, he will see them at the run over the arena passage.
Look at Rekborn there, so close to the control at number 4.
So this is interesting. Can you spot the other runners in front? They can't.
But there's a few like smaller trees here. Kind of climb through the terrain.
part in this picture as well.
Yeah. It's not the sharpest picture. Got to send obviously all the data back from the middle of the forest. It's so great we have access to this. He's not too far behind.
So this is the control we haven't seen on the first 2 legs. One of actually the course planner said it's kind of tricky control.
Yeah, but you've got a big bit of green. You've got the, you know, you can't
You get the
overshoot
shape
it
of the
too
hill.
far. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he thought at the first control as well. And we had Rekwan overshooting it by quite much.
Anyway, these two in the lead here look like they're absolutely fine on that control. Even with Hadon there as well.
Well, hesitating now, Hadon. Bit, I guess.
Yeah, you're right. Just kind of slow down a little bit on the edge of that circle. Maybe slightly indirect there. Just maybe working off the bit of green.
Yeah, but now he lost time there. About 5-7 seconds. Still Foster here in the lead.
The 7th control. Only just though. Punches the control here. We can see the other athletes there. There's Gustav Bowman. And there is also Mika Kiermala. Finland 2 as well. Akseli Ruohola.
Kiermala had a good start here. So did Bergman, so did Foster. Now we can see that the gap, I mean, they were almost there before. Now it's 21 seconds. Definitely the other runners are not in sight for Joey Hadon.
No, not at all. And there's one forking to go then before we go to the crossing the road section. Next up, Simon Hector for Sweden 3.
And there is
Martin
Sweden 1.
Has dropped a long way down. I think he's may not even be the next one we see.
Behind Kibbutz now. It's behind Switzerland, first team.
So the gap here. Simon Hector alone, Joey Hadon alone, and then waiting for the next group. Be looking for Hoasan Saraizmo as well in that chasing group. As you can see from the GPS tracking, the leaders going to this forked control here at control number 8. Next up, here they come. Norway to Switzerland. There is Sweden. We've got Norway 3. There is Sweden there. Dropped back into 10th place then. And nearly 2 minutes down on Norway. So 2 mistakes then for Martin Regborn. Means this Swedish first team are going to have a lot of difficulty to be able to come back at that one. So back out into the field then at the crossing points. And the 3 teams still together. Foster just maybe slightly ahead, then Bowman, then Kiermala. Then we have Ruohola, and then we have the gap back to Hadon, who's still coming out of the forest.
32 seconds before. It's a bit more now. Here he is, 37.
Yep, so growing again slightly.
But it's difficult for Hadon. I mean, he's all by himself there in between. The others, they get help from each other.
Now this last forking here, this long, kind of quite extreme forking is going to be really, really interesting to see. We think maybe Kay was a little bit lost a little bit more time on that on the first couple of legs. As you see Joey Haddon through here, there's the 30 seconds down.
I would say that Che is the quickest.
Do any of these top teams have Jay?
Yes. Now let me see. Think now Rekborn had it, but he's not here anymore. Kirmula has Che. Foster has K.
Okay, that's the longer one, maybe.
Haddon has Che. Can't be. I think we have different letters here. We know. I can just say which one they have in relation to each other, if they have the same or not. But we have different letters for the options because we had definitely. No, we had Che for. I think we had Abyssal on Che on the leg before.
Well, we'll see GPS tracking soon enough as we see
Kibbutz.
it is Kibbutz coming through. In 7th place, here's Regborn, and then Eidsmo and Arntzen here. With Larry Stills, then you can see just bunch of the previous control in 11th place.
Definitely
So
interesting. If you look at the GPS, we have all the leading teams going straight to this IJ control, and then we have Switzerland doing what we said before, going a bit to the left on the open field, and then into this re-entrant, going more straight towards the bit longer control.
And we always talk about how good Joey Haddon is at hill climbs and his strength on the uphill.
It's definitely getting closer
Could it be
here.
another Joey Haddon special?
He's definitely closer to the leaders now than he was at the arena passage.
Yeah, he really is. Here we can see. Although now he heads...
but now he's going too early.
Okay,
That was it was actually a good approach, but I think he's going to look for the control too early, because otherwise there's no reason to go up there.
Yeah, stuck in some green now, and now behind all of the others as well. We lose some of their GPS trackers in the green. See, Sweden 3 has got the K option. Most of the rest of the leaders got I or J, so all going to this 10th control here. Climbing up this hill, climbing up the slope. Oh, and then Switzerland too, now heading too far to the east. Got to regroup, rejoin.
Yeah,
and none of them with a K option here, I think.
Yeah, but at least he noticed that he had to continue. I was a bit afraid that he would start looking on this hill before, because otherwise there would not have been any reason to climb up there.
So Foster in the picture, Kirmala in the picture, Norway and Finland. We know Gustav Bergman is close, a little bit further to the right, I think, as this top of the hill flattens off. They're going to look ahead to this semi-open area, which you can see in the distance in the sunshine. And going straight over this section. See the fallen trees. Maybe Finland just a little bit to the left, taking a different route over this semi-open area, trying to pick a good lines of runnability there. Bergman should be somewhere close-ish. And you can see now there's the leading few teams right up there.
Yeah, you can say Norway and Sweden, I think they have a good option here, the quickest one. Yeah, Finland has to go to a different one. They have to go to this small crack, not all the way down to K. There you have it, the I control.
Yes, you can see the I and a J.
I mean, this one,
teams.
I is quite okay as well, but it forces you to drop down a bit further into the right in running direction that you wished for when you would go straight to 12. If you have the J control, you can basically stay a bit higher past this stone, and it's a few seconds quicker, but they should get together again.
So obviously when they get to control, was it control 12 or 13? Everyone's got different numbers of controls here. That last control that you see on the picture all the way over on the left at the northern end of the map, then they will have done all of the forkings. So it's just common controls from there, which obviously the teams are very used to seeing, the fact that the last section isn't forked. And now all the teams, you see Finland, Norway back together again, Sweden not too far behind. Gustav Bowman staying quite nice and high, nice and direct on this line. Norway dropping a little bit further down. But of course, you've got quite a decent spur, a few good features to lead you into that control, to the common control.
Now it would be a bit of an advantage for, I think, in my opinion, Foster is a bit low. He could stay up there where Bergman is. But yeah, we're talking about 2 or 3 seconds. Hadon has to turn more to the west now in order to get the control. I think there for quite a long time. I mean, he's in the semi-open area, should be easy to understand where he is.
So we wait at control 13 for our leaders. You can see 3 teams coming across the slope. And not many controls to go now at all. So runner from
Hong Kong. Yeah, probably.
Ooh, can spot them coming through the forest. Here they come. Foster still in the lead.
There is Bergman.
Should be just there. There he is,
Left
slightly
a bit
lower.
Behind. Yeah. But this looks like a small gap.
Very small gap. 5 seconds.
But it's painful to close it, I can tell you.
So one more uphill leg now, and then pretty much all downhill now towards the finish line after that one, after control 14, as you can see. So we wait for Finland 2.
I mean,
Here he comes.
If you get back to the overall World Cup, Team World Cup, Sweden would win that one. Then they would have a really good position just before the women's relay. Now they're going a bit far to the north here.
Yeah, and you can see, well, Norway and Finland are, but Sweden, Gustav Bowman, they're much better on the line.
They should get the vegetation boundary there now. Yeah. Good for Bergman being able to close that gap, maybe. They're a bit far up the hill.
And you can see Bergman's kind of being dragged by the other 2.
Yeah.
But he's much better on the line. He should see the control.
Good to not give it away, it away to the others.
This is when actually it's Emit which doesn't beep.
So he's looking back. He has the control.
Oh my goodness!
And you could see that Finland was continuing up the hill, so he has the control. The others, they don't. Finland continuing. Finland is sending another team there behind, maybe able to overtake the others.
And suddenly,
Would be
on what
interesting
really
to know
be
what
quite an easy
Norway's doing.
control. Yeah.
especially they didn't have problems. They didn't struggle with that one on the first and second leg at all. So now we have the second Finnish team very soon. Interesting. We don't know about Norway though.
No, we've lost their GPS tracker for Norway, so we don't know what's happened to Kasper Fosse. But suddenly there's a lead for Gustav Bodeman on the last leg, only a couple of controls to go. And suddenly this relay is all changed up, got very exciting.
Behind we have Switzerland second team with a mistake at control 12 at the TV control. So it will be caught by the first, no, not caught by the first Swiss team, but by another group. Where's Norway? That's the interesting question now. Probably together with Kirmula. Yeah, here we have him.
The two of them are there, but you've got now a gap of 30 seconds between the leading team and the chasers.
I'm leaning out the window now, but I can't see that Gustav Bergman is giving away such a position. He's too experienced for that.
Yeah, he's too experienced. He knows how to kind of keep his cool. He's such an experienced last leg relay runner, both kind of domestic and international.
You could just see how he managed to punch the control without showing it to the others. That shows a lot of experience.
Although we've all done that, haven't we, in relays? Just tried to hide the fact that you spotted the control.
Yeah, tried, but
or you look.
But have we succeeded?
The classic. Well, yeah, the classic is. Oh my god. That is the confidence of Gustav Bodeman. He can gesture at the camera already, knowing he is in that position. And I've definitely done the tactic of punching a control and then looking around afterwards to go, oh no, where I still haven't
But you
found
haven't done that.
Oh, no.
You haven't done that in the World Cup, Katherine.
No. But there's actually a fight here.
Now he has to be.
He does have to still be quick here because Gustav Bodeman is now being chased down by Kasper Fosse on the very end of this relay. The gap, I think, is too much. So we have Sweden, we have Norway, we have Finland, and then three so close on the end of this relay. But Gustav Bodeman has time to celebrate, though. He rounds the last corner, and it is the Swedish second team that's going to go in this relay. I think he needs to just be careful here on the line. It's going to be enough. I was getting nervous for him then. He was slowing down too much. But Sweden 2 take the win. They're here. Norway in second place and Finland in third after a mistake there. Both Fosse and Kirmula catapulted Sweden 2. Gustav Bodeman, who was on the back of that group, maybe looked like he was dropping some seconds.
Felt a bit as if he was forced to continue celebrating in order to not give away that it actually was closer than he expected.
Yeah, they came back to him, didn't they? 1 second in the end, and it was me. Gustav, I think, here for Finland too. Very pleased there to come into 4th place. But Sweden, Norway, Finland. What a dramatic end to that relay, Jonas.
Definitely. A bit lucky in Bergman's situation, because I had the feeling that he wasn't really where the other two were physically. So if they had been able to push and fight head-to-head against Gustav Bergman, he would have had a hard time. But he played it perfectly. He got the chance. He used it. Well played, Gustav Bergman.
So our next team's coming through now. Sweden 3, Switzerland 2 with Hadon, Norway 2 with Eidsmo. This is the 16th control, so just dropping now into the field, into the arena. Here's Hadon then, racing here. Hadon racing against Simon Hector for 5th and 6th position.
That's actually important for the overall. No, it's not, because Sweden had a team before. So Switzerland is anyway the 3rd nation. 4th place nation, yeah, you're right.
Covered Sunset Eidsmo there into the finish line. Sander Arntzen next up, and then Martin Regborn. Tough day at the office for Regborn. 2 mistakes early on. He went out in the lead, and disappointing result for him. He's not going to be happy with that at all. 2 minutes down, I think, kind of 2-minute mistakes from him. But it was a team of Albin Riedefeld, Emil Svensk and Gustav Bergman who could Sweden's such strength and depth. I mean, you could have picked any of those for the first team, to be honest, as well. Especially Gustav Bergman. I was surprised to see him in the second team, actually. I thought he might have gone in ahead of Victor Svensk, but maybe, he's such a good last leg runner on a relay that they still wanted to put him on the last leg.
Why should he go ahead if you look at the results from yesterday or
Okay,
Thursday?
yesterday, fair, but he did beat Victor Svensk on the long distance.
Yeah, that's right. But then also, I mean, he didn't have a good European Championships. Victor Svensk was one of the best Swedes in every competition almost. So it would have been hard to replace him. But now it didn't matter. I think Gustav Bergman is quite happy that he was running for the second team.
Yes. Yeah, he didn't mind one bit. Estonia crossing the line. Lowry
because
it
it sounds better if you win the relay with the second team. Of course, if he would have been in the first team, then he would not have been running the last leg, I guess. Yeah. But it's hard to select the team in the Swedish team, it is, definitely.
So too in the Swiss team, here is Matthias Gibbert coming home for a 12th place. So again, in Switzerland, the second team doing better than the first team. They pre-selected the runners for ahead of this competition. And 12th place in the end for Switzerland, and Gibbert on his comeback to orienteering. 12th place. And we've got a bit of a gap now, waiting for the next teams. Latvia, Great Britain, France on their way down the hill. And again, another very, very quick relay. Very quick times. This leg, look at the quickest teams. We've got actually still Gustav Bergman with the quickest leg on this this final leg. Kasper Foss and Mika Kemela with exactly the same time, so 27:10. But actually, it looks like if I go back to Fabian Abersold, I think he still had the quickest leg time overall. He went into the 26 minutes. But a much quicker now running time, of course, than we expected. And I guess, did the course setters underestimate how quickly these guys were going to run? Or how quick the terrain was?
Maybe in the northern part, because in the southern part they knew that it is very quick. I mean, he was kind of counting with 3.5 minutes per K around the fifth control. We had the total, I think, at the first leg we had them almost running at 4 minutes per K on the southern loop. So I don't think they miscalculated so much there. But maybe in the northern loop, if they had this same time schedule as they had in the middle distance, then for sure they were miscalculating it. They were far off the time, because we had 99 minutes, right? So 33 minutes per leg expected. Now they're 27.
Yeah.
If you take the percentage of how much wrong they were, it's quite a big number.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a Latvia, oldest of British, and Dudley of Great Britain into 13th and 14th places here. And I guess overall this relay, it's kind of turned out to be all about these small mistakes. Only, small misses of time made a really big difference on this relay.
Yeah, and it's all about try to stay in the group. If you lose 5 or 6 seconds, doesn't matter if you get back in the group. If you lose the group, that's where you lose time. But what we have seen as well, the 4 kings, they are a bit uneven. We had quicker options than others, so there was a chance to get back again later on. Few mistakes only, especially by the top teams. Very even. Will be interesting to follow if we will see a similar race in the women's relay, because usually you have a bit fewer teams being able to fight in the lead, so makes it a bit harder. More runners alone, maybe a bit more mistakes due to that.
Got a good fight out here. This is Denmark crossing the line. Jakob Steinthal ahead of Finland 3, Samu Heiksa, Austria, Matthias Petter, and Tino Porsini for Switzerland 3. Just losing that little sprint finish there. Very exciting with all of those 4 teams very close together. That brings us to 19 teams home and dry. This is France. I think it's France 1. It is indeed. They were disqualified on an earlier leg of this relay. A missed punch for them. I think ground control 5 or 6. So out of the running.
Now half an hour to the women's start.
And it is, Jonas, it's quite, such is the very short or very fast running, the short winning times here. We've still got half an hour until the women's relay starts.
Oh, that's a long time.
Yeah.
So how are you going to fill that one? I can tell you about my calculation for the overall teams World Cup, because I updated the results. I mean, it's all without any guarantee because I did it by myself. But the difficult thing now, well, it depends on. As I said before, it looks very good for Sweden because they won the men's relay. I think they have the strongest women's team as well, so it looks very good for them. If we take the kind of situation, the scenario for the Swiss team, it will be very hard to win it, because it would be needed that they win the relay. Sweden ends up on 4th position and Norway best on 3rd. And historically, that means that we need another nation to fill that 2nd position. And historically, we haven't seen so many other teams than Switzerland, Sweden, and Norway within the top 3. Of course, we have Finland, and then we have Czech Republic. But one of the teams would need to fill that 2nd position, and then we would need the right order. Yeah, will be a tough job for Switzerland. But then we still have to fight between Norway and Sweden. The gap is 152 points. So the one that's better in the women's relay is going to take it.
So still all to play for?
I think we still have something to play for. Now I have to see if I calculated it right. Yeah, it looks like that.
So Rodriguez Marcos crossing the line there into 22nd place. We've got Italy, Mattia De Bertollis just coming around this bend here into 23rd place. So a good fight out earlier between Great Britain 3 and Slovakia, Matthew Gooch and Adam Jonas. A nice sprint finish between them as well. And of course, we actually only count the top team on from each of the teams. In terms of kind of the overall standings, it's only the best team to count. Next teams up to finish. This is Lauritz, Bidstrup and Muller heading out of the forest. This is for Denmark 2. It's looking back behind again.
Uskon vahvasti, että myös naiset sellaisen meille tulevat tarjoamaan. Viesti alkaa kello 13, eli nyt on mukava lounastauko tässä kohtaa. Please use the restaurant now. Hillside Restaurant from Tahko. is serving lunch there at the tent area. Also, cafeteria is open and warm sausages.
Maybe this is a good time to kind of reflect, Jonas, on the overall season, the World Cup, World Championship season overall, 2024. What are your kind of highlights from this year in orienteering? A year of two halves: sprint first half and a forest second half.
Yeah, so hard. We started in was Switzerland the first World Cup round?
Yes, it feels like a long time ago in Olten.
Yeah. I mean, my highlight of the sprint season probably. I mean, I'm Swiss. I have to say that the knockout sprint in the men's class, because it was so it was unexpected. Ricardo Rancan won it. Unexpected. We had tough fights throughout the competition day. I like the knockout sprint because many things can happen. It's exciting. I mean, from our perspective, very exciting to be commentating on it. Yeah, that might have been my highlight of the first season, but I have to admit, probably the bigger highlight for me was the change back to the forest, because I like it when it's like this. I liked sprint as well, but it's kind of a lot to only have sprint in the first half of the season. And now to have this World Cup round back in Finland, it's good to look at. Nice orienteering, especially the long distance. Long distance I liked a lot with the route choices. I liked the fight between Tove Alexandersson and Simona Abersson throughout the whole competition year, basically, in both of the disciplines. Yeah, that's maybe my highlights.
Yeah, you picked a few. It's fine. We've still got 25 minutes to go before the women's relay, so we can talk about lots of highlights.
What was yours then?
You know what? Well, obviously for me as a Brit, the Home World Championships were really, really fun to work on, and to see the incredibly kind of technical courses and see the whole lot of effort come together to put those championships together. I've actually really enjoyed a lot of the relays this year. If I think back to the sprint relay in Italy, where we had some really kind of interesting long legs that really split up the athletes. We saw quite a lot of mistakes on what you wouldn't really think were super kind of difficult courses, but we saw a lot of mistakes from them, so a lot of the pressure being put on that led to some really kind of tight races. And maybe it's a contrast in previous years, maybe where we've just seen Sweden completely run away with a sprint relay title, to see a lot of competition and really very quite close relays, both on the mixed sprint relay and the forest relay. That has been particularly exciting. I really enjoyed the course in Edinburgh, where of course Seta just kind of ramped up the stress and the pressure quite a lot. And then the relays over in Hungary at the European Championships were really quite exciting as well, with lots of teams in contention, some unexpected nations in there. Remember the Hungarian women's team, they did really well on the home soil as well. For me, that was a big highlight. And there's been, across the whole of the season, so many different terrains that we've seen. It was the kind of the old town, more of the suburban section in Olten in Switzerland, the crazy kind of terraces, the semi-forested sprint race in Italy. That was amazing, and just really mixed up the competition there with all of the steps, all of the levels. There was control in a cave. That was very exciting. And then, of course, there's the streets of central Edinburgh. Okay, no, not part of the World Cup circuit, but, you know, part of still the World Championships. That was very special. And I think, in general, the tourists weren't too much of a problem, I think, listening to what athletes have said. And then the terrain in Hungary was very special, with all those cliffs, all those crags. all the steep-sided
Honestly,
re-entrance
when you say it,
birds, and then we say something, and then we end in something very kind of classic, very Scandinavian here. Across the whole season, it's so
when you say
different,
it,
and yeah.
I have another highlight, a small one, an episode from the European Championships in Hungary. It was my level of excitement when I saw Ferenc Jonas opening his middle distance, and he was just flying. He was like having the best time at the first split. He continued, but then unfortunately he didn't manage to get it through. But it's like, oh, there is a new runner coming. There's someone who gives it, who goes all in. He wants to perform very well on this one, and he didn't succeed, but he tried, and he was so quick in the beginning. But maybe let's take the chance here when we have something to say actually about the relay. This was the mistake by Martin Rekborn. It would be interesting here to have had Switzerland's second team in as well, because the second control BC option was the place where Joey Haddon lost contention. We see another mistake there at control 4 by Martin Rekborn. We have this group now together, Norway, Sweden, the second team, and the two Finnish teams. Control 6 was the new control we hadn't seen on the leg 1 and 2. They split it up. Norway and Sweden had F, the others had different controls. They all went together to this, and actually I think that Joey Haddon would have had a chance here to get back. He went a bit more to the left, rounded, went into this re-entrant, but he headed up the hill a bit too early. I think if he would have continued to the marsh and then up there, he would have been back in the group. Then that's where we lose Finland's second team, and it was a fight between 3 teams. Gustav Bergman going a bit straighter to control 12. Kasper Fosse would have had the chance there as well. Here I thought that Bergman is going to lose it because he dropped behind a little bit. Then Finland-Norway too high in the slope. Gustav Bergman could get away. He's half a minute ahead, celebrating already at the second last control, but did a small not a small mistake, but then the others were closer than he thought. I'm 100% sure about that. Kept on celebrating to the finish line, but the victory in the end was just by 2 seconds.
Team today, let's start with you, Albin Redefeld. You end up in this group chasing Victor Svensk from Sweden's first team on the first leg. What was your experience of that first leg?
Yeah, it was a really nice one. I did a good job. I think it was full speed from the beginning, and we could see Victor having a bit of a lead, but I tried to focus on my own orienteering and did a good technical job all the way.
And you did that, and so Emil, more or less the same picture on the second leg. You're chasing Max Peter Bämer from Sweden's first leg, first team all the way. What was your sense of that second leg?
Yeah, of course, it was a nice one. We tried to push hard together with some Swedish team and some Norwegian team, and it's fun to hand over to Gustav and in the front.
And then we'll head to you, Gustav. What a third leg to follow. First, Martin Rekborn from Sweden's first team misses a lot of time. Then we have this 3-man duel on the last loop here with you, Kasper Fosse and Mika Kiermula. What was your experience of that leg?
Yeah, it was really tough. Especially before the spectator control here, the run through. Kasper was running really fast and pushing so hard, and I really struggled to keep his speed. And both him and Mika was so strong. And then, but then in the uphill up to the top here after up to the open area, and I know that they are really strong in the uphill, but I felt quite strong. I felt I could follow them, so that was good. And I knew that it was my type of orienteering left downhill in the slopes. So I had a plan to from the third last control to the second last and then down to the last control, push really hard in the downhill to try to get away from them. But then all of a sudden they made a mistake, and I just, happened to get 30 seconds lead probably, and I just knew then that it was all over. I knew that I was going to be first, so I just took it easy and got my controls in a good way and kept looking over my shoulder to know exactly how hard to push. And then, it was really nice to get down and not having to have a sprint finish with these guys, because I know they're really strong, so that was nice.
And you guys are beating Sweden 1 today. You're beating Norway. You're winning the first Swedish international relay of the season. How does that feel, Albin?
Yeah, very good, of course. We knew we have a super strong team, so of course it was possible, but it's always about maintaining good races, and I think we're all really satisfied, so it's good.
Another thing is the Team World Cup standings. It's very, very narrow between Switzerland, Norway, and you. Just 51 points before this relay. I guess Sweden is in the lead before the women's relay. Your thoughts on that and the importance of the Team World Cup, Gustav?
Yeah, of course, it's something we aim to win, and we had a tough position coming into this World Cup round. But we've been doing really good performances, and then like if you're going to look at the women now, like the Swedish team is so strong. So I'm. You never know. There are some good teams, like both Switzerland and Norway and Finland are really, really good. But I feel optimistic.
We'll see. Congratulations on your win, guys, and we'll look forward to watch the women's relay.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely great to hear from that team, and Gustav Bergman's confidence as well in having a plan for those last few legs, and then suddenly finding himself alone and still kind of maintaining, like dropping back the pace a bit, and ended up, of course, pretty much celebrating the last few meters, left it quite close in the end, just a second in it. But a very dramatic last few stages of the race. Very, very tight race, as we can see. Very, very high pace, and meant that lots and lots of teams were very close together, which is exactly what we like to see on the relay. Anything could happen. And they pretty much did our job for us, didn't they, Jonas, in naming the favourite teams in the women's competition?
Yeah, very good. Well, what should we do now? But we have. I'm mostly worried about the next 15 minutes. What should we do if they name the favorites already and do everything for us? I mean, we've never had so much time to prepare a race before on the broadcast. So then if we even get help of the runners, I don't know if that's the best thing that ever happened to us. But yeah, of course he's right. We have basically those 4 teams he named as the favorites. And as he said, it's going to be a tight fight for the overall World Cup. But maybe, Switzerland is very much of an outsider now. But let's honor the fastest teams of the men's relay first.
Yeah, it was the flower ceremony, and Finland then ending up in that 3rd place. So without Olli Janaho with his small foot injury, it's still a very, very strong team. Timo Oxenden, Ita Savalainen and Mika Kemala. Just very solid performances from all of them, all in that leading group, as it's gradually whittled down to just the 3 teams that you can see there on the start line. And only that very small mistake from Mika Kemala at the very, very end cost them just slightly too high in the slope. What a great kind of performance from one of the favourites, and on home soil as well. The Finnish teams will be so satisfied with their overall performance, I think, when they reflect on this home World Cup final. Norway take 2nd place there. Jürgen Backlid, Erik Klangenfeld-Rubik and Katherine Potter. Again, just maintaining that position in the leading group, even when all the chopping and changing with some of the forkings as well, just kept exactly the right position. But the winners then, they're not a first team, they are the 2nd team from Sweden. We've just heard from there, Albin Riedefeld, Emil Svensk and Gustav Bergman, all 3 of them with, nearly with top 10 positions. Emil Svensk just out of it on the 11th place, but such a consistent performance from, again, all 3, and Gustav Bergman just capitalising where others made mistakes. Keeping it nice and clean there. So there you have the top 3, Sweden, Norway and Finland, which sets up the race for the overall Team World Cup. Points being won by the relays and the individual performances. But of course, that big win for Sweden, the first relay win of this season, World Cup season. And I tell you what, Sweden are big favourites as well for the win in the women's relay. So you have it, the top 3 teams. And we can move on then towards the women's relay. About 10 minutes to go before we have their starts. Still here in this arena. They'll have been waiting out in quarantine, been unable to see what has been going on in the men's race. They'll have been bussed towards this area and will be warming up, hopefully out of earshot where they can't hear too much of what is going on. But it's turned into a beautiful and spectacular day in the forests here. And lots of spectators now taking part in their own runs who can cheer on teams. And of course now all the men's teams can cheer on the women's teams as well. And get excited for what traditionally has been a good kind of clash of nations in the women's relay. And again, back in the same forest, it's the same arena that we've had this whole competition. So for the second half of the relay, they are going to be back in the middle distance area. So it will have tracked up a lot from the hundreds of runners who've been through there yesterday. And
it's actually quite interesting because we have been talking about the terrain. We have been talking about that we kind of have a bit of a lack of details on the map. We were into that a little bit already in the men's relay, but if you have time, really go into. I know that Natalia Gempeli has put up something on Facebook. I know for the younger of you, Facebook, that's an old thing, a social media thing. But she has been uploading kind of a part of a map from yesterday's map and the old map. And if you look at it, if you look at the old map, you would say, oh, that's the most interesting terrain you can get in Finland. It's hilly, it's many details, it's so many features on the map. And then you look at the new one and it's like, okay, there's no details anymore. It's very easy, just if you want. It's very generalized, the map. And it's 2 different mapping styles. I mean, it's whatever you prefer, but I don't think it's lacking that much details out in the forests. If you're there, it's just very generalized. And I know that's actually a change I think they made back somewhere in 2017, and they decided that all the mappings should be in a way that it's mapped as so that you could print it as a 1 to 15,000 scale map. So then you have to skip quite many details, and once you start to generalize, well, then it looks like this as we have it in the competition map. I know that Natalia Gempeli, she argues for that it's actually the runner's job to do the generalization of a map. It's part of the orienteering. I don't know which one I prefer, actually. Now we haven't been out in the forests. If you just look at the map, the old map looks much more interesting. But for the runner, of course, it depends. There are for sure runners thinking that the one is better than the others. For us, I think if you add many features, now I'm talking as someone who's working with the broadcast, if you add many features, it adds another level for the runners, because they have to do the generalization, to take away the features in their head, which is not that easy, sometimes not that easy, and leads often to more mistakes. But on the other hand, you have the higher speed possible if you have less features on the map, could argue into another direction. But it's very interesting to go and look at the 2 different map bits of exactly the same area. It's around 12, 13 there. Very interesting to look at. I can highly recommend it. This is the course. We go, if you have been following the men's race, we go the other way around in the southern part. So we go to that hill in the beginning, then counter-clockwise 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Otherwise, it's very similar. There is a forking as well, only on the first. And actually then on the third leg, so not on the second leg, because they wanted to have forking possible on the third leg in the southern part, because they can't have it in the northern part. So it's the first leg fork to the third leg in the southern part, and then the first and the second leg fork to each other in this last bit. Otherwise, very similar. We don't have the long leg to the other side of the hill, to the northern side of the hill. But we have a green control at around 10. We have this green control at control 9. And then 12K, that's where we had the decision in the men's relay. 3-4 again, it's the control we have seen the preview already in the men's relay, but then we had it the other way around from 4 to 3. Now we have it from 3 to 4. It's a very quick part of the map.
And this just shows you how, few details there are on the map, how generalized it is. And again,
but
there are
actually
old
in
maps
this
on the
part,
Ventor of this bit. No, this
in this
bit,
part, I think there aren't many features, but in the northern part, you could find a few. If you start to map stones that are barely 1 meter high, then of course you can find many stones in that kind of terrain. But here we have it. I mean, incredibly fast. We know from the men's relay on the first leg they've been running this first loop in about 4 minutes per K.
But I think this control is easier this way round. You've got the big depression on the left, a couple of depressions on the left to lead you in. You've got the light green forest on the right.
Very
to
distinct
lead you
depression.
Control. Yeah,
it's a very
you're
distinct
not going to miss
depression as
that
well.
one.
This is 11-12, quite close to the one where we had the decision in the men's race. You can see that just to the left, this re-entrant, that was where we had the decision. Basically, this is the route that was executed by most of the runners. Very close to the red line, then left off the crack, down into the re-entrant, and then towards the knoll at the control 12. So this part I was talking about before, where you can see a comparison with an old map that was mapped totally different, in a totally different mapping style. You can see how big the stone is, for example, to the left. So if you have stones on the map, they are very distinct, easy to find in the forest.
So here we have the start list then. Sweden, Switzerland, Norway and Finland, our big favourites. Of course, we maybe look towards Czechia as well, and an outside chance. No team from Hungary lining up this time. There was a men's team, but not a women's team like we saw at the European Championship, who did so well. But let's take a look at this very strong Swedish team. Hanna Lundberg on the first leg, Stannafast, and then Tove Alexandersen on the last leg. Paula Gross leads out the Swiss team. Ines Berger and Simona Absol in there. No Natalia Gempelis, she still has a cold. Norway, just still Anna Duk on there, leading out Maria Larsen and Andrina Benjaminsen. And Marika Taini there for Finland will lead out Maja Stianoja and Ven Lahaju. Best runner on that last leg should be Ven Lahaju for best runner in that Finnish team. Should be on the last leg for Ven Lahaju. We saw Czechia there, Lucy Semikova. Denmark, Miritana Erdem leading them out. Great Britain, that's Jo Shepherd. And France, that's Isia Basset on the first leg for the French team. Could maybe see Sandra Grossberger from Latvia making some good moves on the first leg for them. And Eveli Karsaku as well. She's on first leg for Estonia, team number 14. Watch out for her. Of course, we have a good few second teams. Norway 2 has Camilla Stava, Ingrid Lundenes and Victoria Hestad Bjornstad. They're a very strong team. Switzerland 2 has Marion Abis, Sophie Backman and Elina Nigli. And Sweden 2, they're a very good team as well. Johanna Wiedefelt, Alva Sonnesson and Caroline Olsen. Sweden and Switzerland also have a third team as well, so don't count them out of it one bit. So less than 30 seconds now to the start. Teams lining up there. We've got 39 teams on this start list. All there with their maps scrolled up. We're counting down the seconds now to the very start of this relay. Again, quite a long run out towards the start kite itself. And getting their elbows out then here, unfurling their maps. A long run out, they reach the edge of this field, cross through some forest, then keep going again. You can see Hannah Lundberg making a good start here, taking to the lead. Marika Taney up there, Anna Dukon as well for Norway. Really trying to push the pace out towards the start kite. Here we can see them coming through. There's Eveli Karsku on the left of picture, as I mentioned. She's their best runner in the Estonian team. Had some great results on the individual competition, so no surprise to see her up there. So too Latvia, Sandra Grosberger also up quite high. And they're directed out. Still not at the start kite yet. That's at the end of these markers on the ground here. And then they will head into the forest as usual for a gaffled control number 1. So you can see Hannah Lundberg there first in the lead, and Anna Dukon from Norway, then Eveli Karsku from Estonia, then Marika Taney from Finland. Then I think we've got another of the couple of Norwegian teams up there as well. But Hannah Lundberg setting the pace then here. I wonder if she'll try to do a big defence to try to get a bit of a gap on the others. She certainly started out very, very aggressively, keeping the pace very, very high as they run out towards the start kite itself. See Yves van Dongen there in the orange for the Netherlands. Johanna Wiedefelt there in the left of the picture, left of those two Swedes. And straight into the forest then for this first control. You'll see them split up. Some of them taking the roundabout routes. Yeah.
By someone taken there. It'll be interesting to see when we get the GPS signal, or when the GPS is up to date who it was. I don't think it was a top team. Would surprise me very much.
No, there were a few. The A control on the women's is the same as the A control on the men's, and a couple of the men's teams went round on the road to get to that control.
It's very extreme in my eyes, but well, better do it like this than to overshoot the control.
Yeah, but you're right. It's a very open forest. It's very runnable, so you don't need to add in those extra meters unless you're really worried you're going to make a mistake. So heading out towards the first hill for the first walkings.
And it's actually not the same as we have seen in the men's relay. We remember that all of the 3 controls in the men's relay were just at the beginning of the slope. So now we have them a bit higher up. Technically, they're not very difficult. You can see A, it's just in the beginning, it's almost at the street. You can do as Norway does, almost get a glimpse of the street in order to know kind of your position with direction. See on the top of this hill there, so not very hard to get this one, so it's B. Interesting to follow if Sweden has kind of the same tactical approach in the women's race as they had in the men's race, because also here I would say that Sweden has the strongest runner in the fields on this first leg with Hanna Lundberg. For Norway, with Anne Durkorn, will be very important to stay together with Sweden, or at least not lose too much time.
Yeah, the Swedish team, if you look at their individual results from this competition, are certainly the best on paper. Which team do you think can be the closest to challenge them?
I would definitely say it's Team Norway, because Marie Olausen and Andrine Benjaminsen have been very, very strong this weekend. I mean, Sweden first team, Sanna Fast performed incredibly good yesterday. But for me, still, there's every now and then we see a mistake by her as well. So it's maybe not such a safe card technically as, for example, Gustav Bergman is in the men's relay, or as you have Hanna Lundberg, Tove Alexandersson, or Simona Abrisold. But yeah, I mean, for me it's Sweden, Norway, and then somewhere between Switzerland and Finland for the top three. And you can see
Sweden
here,
have a 20-second lead.
Yeah.
Admittedly, she did have B, which is the, well,
I think it's the quickest.
Control?
Yeah,
I
it
think
is
it's the
definitely.
Control.
It is. Can be good for the other teams. I mean, if she doesn't get the gap working, if the other teams are able to get back again, then it's a good thing actually for the other teams to not have the shortest option on the first leg, because then you can play that card later on. It's easier to close the gap again on the first leg compared to the last leg. But I mean, now we have case that we have Hanna Lundberg with a small gap already at the second control. That's kind of a bit of a danger for the other teams. Good for them that they have Eveli Kasiku, another strong runner. Nothing to lose for their team, can go all in, will try everything to get back together with Hanna Lundberg.
So a constant flow of teams through this control number 2 at this point. And well, after your 20-second gap from the lead. And then this is actually, looking at this is a very difficult control, either of these two options, although E has a bit more of a catching feature the other side. There's not much to go on here. You can see one of the contours is even a form line contour, so going into that D control, that marsh, I think will be very, very difficult.
It's much more difficult this way round compared to the men that they started at this one and then up the hill. So from the hill down into this flat bit is much more difficult, for sure.
But we can catch up with the leader. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't see any features, basically, at least no contour features. You have to rely on direction and try to really figure out where to go. But if you're accurate, I mean, you should be able to keep direction and be 10 meters accurate at least in a terrain like this, because it's very open. You don't have to run around any features here, and if you're 10 meters accurate, then you can see the control.
And what Hanna Lundberg did here is she kept slightly east of the line to pick up a couple of hills, a couple of knolls then into the control, rather than, I think if she went more direct on the line, there's even fewer features to go off. So just by doing a little kind of curve in the line, she's kept it a little bit safer, which is really kind of what she needs to do on the first leg.
And there's another dimension in it. I mean, if you know that you're heading a bit far to one direction, you know where to look at. I mean, then you know that you look to the left rather than to the right when you approach the control. Makes it much easier if you know approximately where to get the control. If you try to hit it straight on, you have to kind of look into all directions.
So we'll watch out, see if anybody makes any mistakes here. You can see Estonia's already got that D control, but looks like everybody's, using their techniques really, really well, keeping nice on direction. And of course, the forest is beautiful and open, and you should be able to see the control even if you're, some meters off to the right or to the left, but really, really accurate on their compass here for all of these teams. That is the 4th control.
And actually, Anna Lundberg, I would say she has almost a minute gap. Yeah, it's about 50 seconds at the moment, and 4 controls. See Finland playing it really safe, going down to this open area, following the border of it. Maybe a bit afraid of those features. They don't know that they're so distinct, the depressions. Latvia with a mistake.
For me.
Latvia with a mistake at control 3. Not sure if she's at the right control, probably has to go back to the D control.
Yeah, she's going back there now. Yeah. Denmark Sweden, also a small mistake as well.
Don't know if Sweden's second team has the control. Looks like it. Bit of a strange direction out from the control in that case. So now we are waiting at control 6, and we are waiting for Hanna Lundberg. 21 seconds it was at the first TV control. It's definitely more.
Yeah, I was going to say that must have grown now. We can hear something.
If she's not done any mistake, we have lost her GPS.
Here
she is.
That was the 6th control. No bother there at all. After 11 minutes and 6 seconds of running. We are losing some of the GPS trackers just on the edge of this green, so take all that with a bit of a pinch of salt. But yeah, look at that. 30 seconds on the tail there for the GPS. And you can see it is about a minute. So we wait then at the 6th control.
In this case here, it wasn't good for all of the teams behind that Hanna Lundberg got the shortest option to the first control. For them it would have been good to be able to see her for about 2 or 3 controls. On the other hand, I mean, she's all alone. If she does a mistake in the northern part, it will be harder to relocate. Yeah,
so
second Swiss team.
Yep, Marion AB.
And the first one, Paula Gross.
So all the top teams still in the top 7, our top teams on paper. And Isabel Toledo doing a good job for Spain there. Ifan Dongen in a mixed team. Pia Ljungvik just coming through there for Norway. The 2 Swedish teams quite some way behind Ridderfelt and Wikström. Especially Ridderfelt, I would say there. I would expect those teams to be a little bit higher up in the standings. Belgian team, Marine Cillian, just coming through at that point. You can see another small forking to go before the arena passage.
It's good for Sweden. It's good so far for the others as well, but it's a bit early to say. No problems at all for Hanna Lundberg.
There she is at the next control then, already punched that, 13 minutes and 40 seconds. And the gap was, what was the gap, about
52 seconds.
So we'll see if it's managed to grow again just on this very small section. the gap was 52 seconds. After only 13 minutes of running, that is an incredible gap then by the Swede. Just running through the arena now, and then much, again, as shorter compared to the men's section on the hill now. She's still got to climb all the way pretty much to the top of the hill. But she's so strong on this area yesterday. Next to punch, Staver and Taney. Kasku just dropping back a couple of places there, actually.
But actually, Staver and Taney, they had a bit of a shorter option compared to Kasku. Also compared to Hanna Lundberg.
Ducorn in 5th. Paula Gross, Switzerland won in 8th. So Camilla Staver is next to come through this arena of 25 for Norway 2. Lots of potential in this runner. She keeps a clean race. I could see her maintaining this second position. See there following Marika Taney and Eveli Kasku. These are different forkings here. Do have an impact on the running and do have an impact on the order. You can see Kasku super strong there. Marika Taney choosing to go a different way to drop into the forest roundabout by the last goal. And Ducorn is going to go the same way. Marion Ebby the same as well. Lisa Simakova, and now a lot of the athletes going towards basically turning left here and going into the forest slightly there, and they'll use the re-entrant and then actually I think Jonas to go up towards the control itself.
That's what kind of Joey Hadorn started to do, proved to be good in the beginning. We have Estonia, they go straight in. Norway, Camilla Staver going straight in as well. The teams behind Finland, Norwegian first team, Switzerland second team, Czechia and Switzerland going a bit to the left using the re-entrant as Hanna Lundberg. So I think this is the better option actually. Also Norway second team, if you go straight through the green, the control itself will be more difficult. Actually, this is the part now where the runners in a group start to have a bigger advantage, because it's a bit more kind of. It's not. Yeah, exactly. Visibility is a bit lower in in a few parts.
And also, yeah, as you mentioned before, it's where the terrain's been a lot more generalised. So you can see the couple of teams going up to the right, everybody else using the re-entrance. I think that's really good. Kind of take the climb up there, just you can put your head down and just climb.
It's okay to go straight. It's not super difficult because you get this hill there with the cracks where they are very soon. But I mean, you could almost align feature towards a big part of the control if you take the re-entrant, because you can't really go wrong with direction. So you can push a bit harder when it comes to running. As you can see that Hanna Lundberg now in a good way. Of course, if you have the eye control, you should definitely go and use the re-enter. It almost leads you to the control all the way up there.
Yeah, you just need to stay at the bottom of the slope on the right-hand side. It's basically at the top of the re-entrant.
Yeah. And I mean, Camilla Staver will have to fight through the green, or then now she's heading towards the re-entrant as well.
Yeah, she'll pick up the others. But Finland and Estonia, we saw them basically together at the arena passage, Kasku and Taney, and back again together now on their way into the J control.
Now I think that Jay is a bit quicker. This one, so kind of a small chance at least to get in contact with Hanna Lundberg again. Then of course she has the shorter one at 11 or 10, depending on, control 10 it is.
Yeah, but that one is so much shorter. You've got to go. It feels like you've got, you obviously you're going to the eye control and then keeping going to get to J.
Yeah, but you don't have to climb when you do the distance. If you have control 9, the A control, you have to do additional climbing plus distance. And if you have I or J, there's no additional climbing. And then you have to drop out again from control I, even no matter what, towards control 10. So I think that's where you lose a bit of time. Of course,
Well,
you do
we
that.
will see.
Yeah.
I think they're quite even. I think they could be quite even overall. We will see.
Yeah,
we'll get the time check at 11.
But I think they have a chance to see her on the way to control 10.
Oh yeah.
Then they have to go to J as well, but then they get an indication about their, and they might be even a bit ahead. Will be tight.
Well, you can see Hanna Lundberg running parallel then to the open area on the right, just trying to pick good routes through the terrain here. She'll want to mostly be staying in the forest, although actually dipping out here on the very, very edge of this open area, felled area, using her long legs to step over all these fallen trees, just make things a little bit trickier. So as you can see there on the GPS tracking, it's hugging
the tail. Is only half a minute, so Norway's second team definitely closer to Hanna Lundberg.
Yeah, the gap at the arena was 49 seconds. Camilla Stova was 49 seconds behind Hanna Lundberg at the arena passage. We should get the next time check at control number 11. And then it's pretty much all downhill from there. Some of the Czech runners, Norwegian.
Yeah, young Vik for Norway.
Yeah, from the third team.
Should be Semikova for Czechia. And now, actually, Hanna Lundberg, a bit early descending, but she gets, now she's control over it again. Can see that Kasiku could spot Hanna Lundberg. Tracks her towards that direction.
So a small miss there, just a small, slightly off direction there at control 10 for the leader, but this is number 11. So you can see there a reminder of the gaps. 48 seconds it was in the lead for Hanna Lundberg here, and she's got to be careful here to spot the control.
There it is. So good direction to the control. No problems here. Interesting now, how big is the gap compared to Camilla Steva and the second Norwegian team?
So the gap was 48 seconds. And I think it's closed.
Here she is already.
Definitely already halved then. More than halved. Steva into second place. Really good climb up from her. But yeah, great kind of climb up this hill from her. But all the other teams, I think, still a similar distance behind.
They're not executing that leg perfectly to the J control. Here we have Eveli Kasiku. 49 seconds.
So actually has caught up a little bit on Lundberg there, not loads. Simakova from Czechia and Marian Abbey. Young-Vik there, Norway 3. Finland, Marika Taini. This is Anna Dukon, Norway 1.
Swiss team. Here we have her, Paula Gross.
Mixed team with Eve van Dongen. Hanpa from Finland 3. So what was that? That was Lundberg. Then it was a bigger gap to Stava, and then a gap to Kasuku, and then basically a lot of teams close together as we get down to the 12th best team. Live then with the GPS tracking.
Stava has to be careful. Climbing a bit much there. Now getting to the stone, if she thinks that it is the southern stone. I think that was happened in the men's race. No, she got the control without any problems.
No problems at all for Stava. And then, of course, we can kind of scan this forest, see if we can see Lundberg ahead. It's going to be really hard to try and pick out the blue kit, especially with the sun in our eyes. But they both drop down now towards control 13. There's a good big attack point though in quite a very, very distinct re-entrant forehand. Shouldn't be any problems. As you can see there on the picture, you've got the two crags, you've got the re-entrant with the green, and then of course the control on the knoll, just the other side of it, quite near the bottom of the re-entrant.
Now we're closer to half a minute again.
Here's chasers. Young-Vik there in the picture. Marian Abbey there too. The Estonian Kasuku's a little bit further ahead of this group, not by loads. Ooh, and
Camilla Stava doesn't have good direction out from control K.
She needs to be really, really careful now, I think.
But
she
I mean, she
can't
will
go
notice,
too far wrong.
She will notice that she's not at the re-entrant. So if she continues from here in a good way, the time loss will be very, very small. It's just that the direction is not as she wished for, probably.
Okay, so we're waiting at the last control in the forest, control number 14 for the women. Here's the leader. And we've lost the tracker for Norway too, but the time gap's going to have grown back again. It was the 22 seconds. And just dropping now down the last few contours into the arena. Here it is. So Sweden, favourites for this race, in the lead. And all Hanna Lundberg has to do now is go to the last control and hand over to her teammate Sanna Fast. Sanna Fast with a 7th and a 5th in the competitions, in the races earlier on yesterday and on Thursday on the similar terrain. So got lots of potential. There she is, waiting, ready to take the lead at the first exchange to begin the leg. And behind, still nobody else in the arena. So she changes over after 28 minutes of running. We're going to have another very fast one again here, handing over to Sanna Fast, who heads straight out of the arena. And we're going to look at the gap, because the gap has grown. And the gap is now about a whole minute to the next team. And the next team is not Norway 2. That mistake from Norway 2, the direction error towards the last control, has put this woman, Eveli Kasuku, ahead. This is one time, Jens, where I can be satisfied that I've picked somebody out from the start list. I said, look at Eveli Kasuku. She's had great individual results here in these forests.
She was one of the quickest one at the European Champs first leg as well. So, but bad direction out from control 13 for the Swiss second team. Gonna end up probably in a mistake. Marion Abbey Now she has turned direction again.
So Estonia handing over there. Great result from Eveli Karsaku. And this is Sweden here. This is actually Johanna Rudefelt, who suddenly catapulted herself up into 3rd place. Really great execution of this last stage here, because Sweden too were well down earlier on. And back into 3rd place, they were as low down as 19th at the second TV control. So great work to go back into the top 3. Norway 3 there, Finland, Czechia, Norway. There you can see Norway handing over to Maria Larsen, 3rd place at yesterday's middle distance. There's a mixed team, Ifram Dongen handing over theirs. Swiss team 1:45 behind. And Switzerland 2 just there as well, alongside Finland. So a big group there. It is Norway.
Second team.
Yep. Norway handing over. Yeah, and Camilla Stava had I don't know how her problems got worse and worse through that situation, but she clearly didn't, took a while to correct her mistake there. Mixed team there into the finish, and then Swanson just running by herself was Elin Monsen, having got married just about a month ago, I think. So there are the standings then at the first exchange. Sweden with a whole minute lead over Estonia, and another decent gap then back to Sweden too. Then lots and lots of teams very close together until we get to Norway in 12th position. And you can see there, that's the gap. So 30-second tail on the GPS tracking, and Sweden won with Sanna Fast maintaining that good position. Of course, just got to keep it nice and safe now after Hanna Lundberg built in a very impressive gap.
You almost have to compare now to the 3rd team, to Sweden's second team, because Estonia is not expected to go into this second leg as one of the favorites. So then we have a gap of 1.5 minutes, and that's about what we see here.
So no problems there for Sanna Fast into the first control. Comes up the kind of wide flat re-entrant onto the top of the hill. Quite a nicely situated control, not too technical there at all. And then this is the second control, which is where we get the first time check here. And as you mentioned, we're kind of comparing then towards the other Swedish teams. Swedish second team, which has actually gone all the way out to the road to get to their control. Here you can see the effect on the GPS tracking. And wow, Sweden too has the B control, and they've gone all the way out to the path.
But we know, Hanna Lundberg was so much, she was the fastest by far, and she was going straight. There's no way that this is faster going to be. I would even claim that it's a mistake, that she didn't plan to go there.
Yeah, that's Alva Sonesson on the Swedish second team, losing a lot of time from that route choice. Well, or not route choice, that mistake.
Yeah, but I don't think it's so. I mean, it's not a lot of time. She's going to lose about 20 seconds, 15, 20 seconds. But it's quite a lot if you look at this first half of the course. You shouldn't be losing that much. Now she starts to look around here, not sure about the direction. You can feel how she starts to hesitate. Now on the second leg, we have this unforked bit after the second control. She's running towards that control that we had in the men's relay on the last leg, this small spur.
Yeah, it's a bit of a different, different shape, different style, and again, really quite tricky, these third and fourth controls. But yeah, she looked like she was hesitating, but looked like actually no big problems at all. Here we have Maija Sienoja for Finland, now into second place. Great positioning for her. Ida Sheila from Norway 3 up into third place. And Kralova, Czechia still in the mix.
Here we have Switzerland and Norway together. It's a good group. They have to work together now in order to try to close the gap at least a little bit, because 2 minutes, that's quite a number.
Yeah, Ines Berger for Switzerland, Maria Lausen for Norway, and we saw Alva Sonesson there for Sweden too. This is Emilia Vataja for Finland 3.
We can see that Sunesson lost about half a minute compared to Sanna Fast by going out to the roads.
Let's see how Ida's managed to get on. Yeah.
Still okay. She knows where she is, then it's okay. Looks good
This is
though.
Maija Sienoja, there we go. That's the third control in amongst the green, as you can see. Still Norway 3 in the picture, Sheila. Czechia should be somewhere around there too. The team's kind of coming off the edge of that spur, which shows they keep in good direction. Go down and up slightly in these form line contours. Very subtle changes in terrain.
Remember, it's all unforked here. This southern part, so they could all stay together.
Of course, they do not know that.
No, they don't know. But you can see that they start hesitating, looking at each other. You can see Ines Berger looking towards Maria Lausen, what she is doing. I don't think it's a good idea to follow there. They should turn a bit more to the right.
Yeah, they've gone a little bit too far to the left, and actually it looks like Finland and Maija Sienoja who's doing the best job here.
Yeah, now you can see that they start
Stopping there, Maria
hesitating.
Lausen. And now you've got to be really careful not to get into kind of a headless chicken zone.
And now it's really tricky because Olausen doesn't know if it's forked or not. She's looking for a control. She thinks that she's right. The others go more to the south. She's actually heading more to the north. Switzerland kind of not in the group anymore, but they don't have anything to relocate with. It's very interesting right now. You can see it here. Switzerland, if she's a bit lucky, she gets the stone there, the 2 stones, and can be turning towards south. The others have it much more difficult to relocate. I think actually that Ines Berger has control over the situation.
Yeah, I think
The
she's okay there.
others,
There's a touching of the control. So obviously the GPS tracker is a little bit behind, but that was, I think that was Olausen punching the control.
it was. But there went
But
another
that's
minute.
right into the hands of Sanna Fast here. All this chaos behind her has
Actually,
just put her in a great position.
that's something I expected. If it would happen to anyone, I expected it to happen to Sanna Fast, because as a group, you should be able, like, one of the runners there should be able to keep control over the situation. I think that many of the runners relied on Marie Olausen, and as you could see, Ines Berger looking very much into her direction all the time, and then they followed a bit too long, the wrong back.
Well, one person did get it right, and that was Maja
Yeah, it's
Sienaya
Finland.
from Finland.
Yeah.
That's why she's there. Working off the edge of the open area to get into that control. I don't think that's super necessary. You can go a little bit straighter to that one, like the chasers are doing. Dipping down into the depression. Looking back, Norway 2, it needs to be careful not to have the same problems. That's Ingrid Lundenes.
Switzerland 2 gets it right, as it seems. And now they turn as well, Norway, second team. England really playing it safe, going out on the path there quite early.
So here is Maja Sienaya. This is the second place, and the gap has grown to 2 minutes. That's the advantage for Sweden. Huge gap. And that's all due to mistakes from all of these teams at control number 4. Or, well, not much of a mistake from Finland. Look at that. A big, big lead. This is Switzerland, Ines Berger. Who was kind of the first of that group who made the mistake there at 4 to kind of correct. So hard to correct a mistake like that when there's so few features on the map. There she is, about 30 seconds behind second place. And already Sanna Fast into the arena passage. She'll get some feedback here if she pays attention to the arena speaker, I'm sure, and to her coaches, her teammates will be cheering her on. And know that she's got a 2-minute lead, because that is huge there. She's behind in the little cutout Sonnersen through Olausen. Sheila, that's the Norwegian third team. Czechia and Finland 3 will go through. But in the lead, it's a familiar position for this Swedish team.
These women, Sanna Fast, who leads Sweden leading by 2 minutes ahead of Finland. 2 minuuttia eroa on Ruotsilla tässä vaiheessa, kun Sanna Fast painelee Lastumäen maastoon. Sanna heading there in Lastumäki terrain.
Then very decisive into left turn into the forest here. Sanna Fast reading her map, lots going through the arena. Exactly what you want to see. And then this is the gap behind. So Sweden with a huge lead, then Finland by themselves, Switzerland by themselves, and a big group then chasing from 4th down.
Good direction for Switzerland, good direction for Finland. This point. Now, of course, it's a bit shorter for Ines Berger. If she can get the control without any hesitation, there is a possibility that she can be quite close to Sianoja. Still a bit of a gap.
Yep. So Sianoja coming through the arena passage. Finland, they've got Ben Haju on the last leg. Maija Sianoja, good competition, 2 11th places in the individual competition. And then back onto the familiarity of this hill where they've been before yesterday in the middle distance race. Looking very strong up the slopes here. Taking small glimpses at the map, but really trying to keep the speed high. You know, you've got people chasing behind, like Ines Berger, who's managed to catch up a little bit of time. I think a good preferable forking for her, a little bit of a shorter one makes her catch up. And they last them in.
I mean, Berger, when she started, she was 1:45 behind. Now it's 2:16. So even though she did a mistake, her time loss compared to Sanna Fast wasn't huge. She had a bit of the shorter forking at control 7. About 15 seconds, I'd say.
Yeah, as she comes around the corner there. Again, if you remember, she's such a young runner as well, and like really showing her worth on this team.
Good route choice for Sanna Fast. Maybe heading out up in the forest a bit early right now. Gets probably saved by a small crack there.
So Lauston coming through here, and teams 1 to 4 on our start list all through here. 1 to 4. So our big favourite in the league. They all kind of playing to form at the moment. Sanderson through there, taking a different route. You can see Kralova and Stila just crossing through, and now a bigger gap back to the rest.
Sanna Fast got the control, Jay, without any bigger problems. Maybe a bit early up the slope, but no mistake at all.
Yeah, there's absolutely no worries for her. Very good on the line as well, as you can see.
I mean, she was heading up just a bit south of that crack just before the control. She could have continued a little bit below. But, well, as I said, no mistake there. See also that Ines Berger almost together now with Sianoja. And here we are with Sanna Fast. Now I think almost on the top of the hill. On the
yeah,
first
she's done
plateau.
the steepest bit of the climb. So in that first, as you said, the plateau.
You can spot the semi-open area there.
Yeah.
To the right.
Some very clear markers in the terrain. As you can see, quite a lot of the chasers, they've got eye. So the further control to start with, then the shorter control. And yeah, as you can see, well, obviously the trackers, the tail gets shorter as they have the climb up the hill. But yeah, you're right. It does look like Ines Berger catching up on Maija Sianoja there on this climb. And actually, obviously, we've discussed it before, that route into the eye control is quite straightforward.
Yeah, it is. Interesting that Sunderson, I mean, we've seen before, Camilla Staver, she didn't lose any time, basically, going straight, but she performed it well. I think still it's easier to execute, and if it's as fast and easier to execute, you should do that. You can also see that Swedish second team is going straight there to the eye control as well. I guess that they will change over into the re-entrance at one point and not go all the way straight.
Finland climbing quite high there here into this eye control, taking the climb maybe in the green.
See that Sanna Fast starting to read the map more actively, now taking many looks, getting closer and closer to the control.
Yeah, and obviously she's got the further of these two controls. She's got to pass the first one, which I think that was the eye control.
That was one. Yeah.
And then realise that's not her control, but that's the one at the top of the re-entrant, and then from there you've got a good attack point into the the control.
Pretty surprised to see the control there. I mean, there was no hesitation in that would show that she expected the control to come behind. We see that Ines Berger was able to pass Finland now.
I think she stayed a little bit lower in the re-entrant compared to Sienoja, and that's worked really well for her.
Sienoja went up a little bit early. You can also see that Marie Olausen now close to Finland and Switzerland again. And the speed for Sanna Fast not as quick anymore. She has to be careful to get to the control now in a good way. She's close, but she's not running fast at the moment. Hesitating a bit, probably. Now going to the north. She's very close to the control.
She's so close. I don't know if we've still got a camera on her. Presumably we haven't, because she's so close to that control.
Not sure if she got the control. Probably she has. Probably she has. No, she has definitely, because she's here in the picture. But there was some hesitation there.
Yeah, you're right.
You can see she's not as prepared as she would be if she had the control in a good way. At control 11, tried to maximize the map contact to this 11th control.
But the time gap is still excellent, as you can see. They're just dropping slightly into the control itself. And then even though a lot of the chasers have got the eye control, so kind of the closer one that time, it still looks really good. This is Finland, choosing the route here through the semi-open area. And actually, I think she's just not quite got the pace of Ines Berger today. So she's got the closer of the two controls, the eye control. See the slightly denser patches of forest. She's got to maintain control over her direction. See, they're a little bit right, but obviously the GPS tracking a little bit behind. And we've got the camera at control 11.
Probably still about 2 minutes gap. Could be a bit more, about 2 minutes.
So here we go. Yeah, the gap's growing a little bit more.
Oh, it's actually a bit. It's a bit less.
I was going to say I was looking at the gap from Sanna Fast to Maja Sienoja between Sweden and Finland, and that has certainly grown. But the gap between Sweden and Switzerland has shrunk.
Yeah, by 4 seconds, so about the same speed. But we also saw a bit of hesitation for Sanna Fast at the 10th control. So I think she has a good speed still.
These two slight curve into the control itself. And so Olausson will come in just before Sienoja. Sienoja dropping back then 2 places with these couple of controls. Sweden with the L control here, absolute control over the situation. I think Switzerland, obviously we lost her GPS tracking there, just has to be careful with the route out of, yeah, exactly, the direction
because she has to go up to control K.
Yeah.
She's going to lose about 10 seconds with that exit, maybe even a bit more.
So this is still the 11th control. Waiting for the next few teams. They should be here very, very soon. I think you can hear them. Yep. Alva Sonnesson from Sweden 2. Sheila still for Norway 3. And Czechia still in the mix. So this is the 14th control, and here's the leader, Sanna Fast. Very close to the control itself. And then from there it's just down, dropping down through the trees to the field and to the exchange, where she'll hand over to Tove Alexandersson, who took her 50th World Cup win yesterday. And she's got to put Alexandersson into a perfect position here. It's never over yet, but I mean, it's never over, but this is a dream position for Alexandersson to go out in when she knows she's being chased by Ebersold.
I asked a rhetorical question yesterday, how many victories Simone Nikli has, and I think I got over the number since yesterday. I think it was 66.
So another couple of seasons and she'll be there.
Yeah, but back in the days we had more World Cup races counting as World Championship races counting as World Cup races. So I'm not sure about if you would clear that number by this, if it would be similar or not.
Yeah. Either way, 2 legends of our sports. Absolutely. And a big gap then here. Let's have a look at the next few teams. You can see different controls here. Switzerland with K, Norway with L, which is maybe a bit, yes, a little bit shorter. So you can see maybe that's why Norway catching up to Switzerland here. Maria Lausen, Andrina Benjaminsen on the last leg for Norway. But very soon they'll be at the 14th control, which is where we've got the camera. So 28 minutes and 12 seconds was the overall time for Sanna Fast on the second leg. So just a few seconds slower than Hanna Lundberg. So very, very comparable, the 2 teams, the 2 runners. So we should see Switzerland and Norway together then at the next control.
And Finland.
And Finland indeed. Here's the control. It's Finland. Maja Sienoja.
There's Switzerland and Norway.
So 2:43, all this group dropping now compared to Sanna Fast, but very exciting to see these 3 teams battling for 2nd and 3rd place going into the last leg of this relay. They emerge from the forest. We can follow them with our drone, and Maja Sienoja has managed to actually overall maintain that 2nd place. You can see Maria Lausson, Ines Berger, all there, all together. And we've got some big athletes, big names on this last leg as well. Maya Sinoya, she's going to come into second place, handing over to Ven Mahayu. We've got Maria Lausson going to hand over to Andrina Benjaminsen, and Ines Berger handing over to Simona Abersold. So Hayu, Benjaminsen and Abersold. Huge names in the world for orienteering, all going up together. There's Hayu going now, and Benjaminsen and Abersold very close together. Very exciting.
Actually, I mean, I was talking about the situation in the overall World Cup for the teams. Well, we have Sweden with a 2.5 minutes lead, but in order to get it in an exciting way again, we need to see Tove Alexandersson struggle at one point, and if she doesn't, the others get in there. Now we have 4 teams. Then it would be the case that the scenario that we could have either Sweden, Norway, or Switzerland winning it, because Finland is there as well. But I mean, that's very unlikely that we would get at least the Swiss victory. Norway, if they beat Sweden, that's still possible.
So Alva Sonnesson coming in here. She's going to hand over to Caroline Olsen, who you can see there. Great work as well from Oda Sheila from Norway 3. She's going to hand over to Gerald Running-Sund on the third and final leg. So there they are, just over a minute behind the second group, the chasing group. Teresa Roturier there waiting for Czechia. A great kind of position for Czechia as well as that third Norwegian team. It was Denisa Kralova handing over to that second leg. This is Emilia Vatira coming into 8th place for Finland 3. And then we're looking for Ingrid Lundenes to have all of the 3 Norwegian teams in the finish. So handing over there and nearly another minute down. And what a great shot then of Tove Alexandersson coming through the forest on her way to the first TV split. That's control number 2. No problems with her there. She had the A control. No, nothing like the men's relay, where of course we saw Martin Regborn make a mistake on that very first control. Absolutely spot on from Tove Alexandersson. That's a reminder of the standings then. So Sweden with a big lead, 2 minutes 41, and then 3 teams all close together.
You can see the teams behind, different controls to approach. Switzerland with B, what we think is the quickest one. She could be running a bit more to the east, a bit more straight. Now she's following the others basically towards the C or A control. And on this third leg we have a forking again at control 3, but we won't have any forking in the northern part of the course. So this forking at control 7 will be the last one.
So we catch up with Tove Alexandersson on her way to the third control, and this is actually where we saw some mistakes last time round at the D control. Looks like she might have E. Yes,
I think so, because I think that Hannelund, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
She was heading to D.
And so absolutely spot on the line, looking at her compass all the way along just to keep good direction.
Behind, we can see that Simona Abersold actually followed Finland to the B control. To the C control, sorry. So we're waiting now for the chasing teams.
Yeah, waiting at the second control. The gap was 2:41. Ben Lahayu here. And there are 3 of them still together. The gap has grown by 10 seconds, 11 seconds. With these 3 still together at this point after the first forking. Then next up, tricky control.
But no problems for Alexandersson there at the third control. You can see it here.
No, she is absolutely spot on. And that is one of the big dangers of this course done.
Now we have Switzerland going to D, Finland going to D, and Norway going to E.
And at this point, you want to be in the group that has the majority, don't you? You don't want to be the one going by yourself to the other control.
Yeah, especially if they're just running a few meters in front of you, as we have the situation right now. We're gonna see Harju and Abersold heading slightly more to the right in running direction compared to Benjaminsen, and she needs to notice that.
Here's the next group through at control 2. Gabriel Runningsund for Norway, Caroline Olsen and Teresa Roturier for Czechia.
See it here, they actually go quite far to the right, going around that small marsh in the middle with the green section. Abersold closer to the line compared to Harju. But Harju looks very quick in this part. I'm not very convinced about the direction of Abersold.
No, I think, yeah, well, unless she's trying to pick up some of the features on the way into the control, which is kind of what we saw in the first leg from the whole pack, to be honest. But Harju, absolutely spot on. For her. Valavori, Finland number 3, so control number 2. Back again behind Venla and I think she's already punched that third control, so on her way to the fourth, which is the large depression.
Interesting behind is that Abersold is running more to the left, more to the east than Benjaminsen at the moment. Now getting back again. She has to be very careful now, both of them actually, because no one is really running towards their control. That's not a good correction by Abersold.
It really isn't, as we can catch up with Sweden. Alexandersson is at control 6 already. No problems at all for her. And I'm still watching the GPS tracking then around 3. This is it.
I think Benjaminsen got control over the situation. Abersold has not really. She's not distinctively running back to the D control now. Stopping. Entering the circle, but not 100% sure that she has seen the control. Still not running towards it. She's close now.
So close.
She's not seen the control yet. She's not 100% sure where she is.
And now she's almost being dragged in the direction of Norway, I think. This is...
Yeah, but now she can't see her anymore, so it's...
She got the control?
No, I can't imagine.
I don't think she has.
Because then she would have bad direction out from the control if she had. But she has seen the other control probably, which is not hers.
Yeah, now she's heading back. She's stopped there.
Yeah,
this is
the whole
the biggest
mistake.
mistake we've seen for Absol the whole season.
The whole mistake started halfway through in this leg when she kind of dropped down from the hill and didn't have good direction, then went into the marsh, probably didn't really notice it, get on the other side and didn't, I mean, then it's hard to relocate, didn't really get any big feature on the way. And now she dropped behind Czechia, Norwegian third team, Norway, and also the Swedish second team.
Where we are now waiting for Finland. Olemme odottamassa Suomea tuonneksi kakkosväliaikaan, kun hetken kuluttua jo Tuve Aleksandersson on tulossa.
See that the GPS device for Finland is frozen. I guess that she is soon at the TV control.
Yeah, we should see her there any second.
GPS-pallukka just pysähtyneenä tällä hetkellä ja pysähtyy myös Benjaminsin osalta.
A small hesitation for Alexandersson, but she got the control. There she was actually punching the arena passage control.
Yeah, already there before any of the teams got to the previous split. Actually, Venla Haju's just there now. This is very strong work here. Maintaining a similar gap. This is Norway in the cutout picture on her way to control. Benjaminsen, a small mistake on that third control, but nothing if you compare it to the mistake from Abersold and from Switzerland. Really the Swiss day today. And we'll see if she's able to kind of catch back up onto this group here. We've got the camera at control number 6, so we'll catch the next few through. Norway 3, Kira Olsen on the third leg. A really great third Norwegian team.
And I can tell you, in the northern part where Alexandersson is now, we have actually a longer control to the northern side of the hill. One of the forking options that we have seen in the men's control is now a common control 9 in the women's race.
So here's this next group, a big group here with all the athletes coming through all at once. And you can see Abersold, Olsen, Victoria. And that is basically Abersold having dropped back to this is now the second chase group, I guess, from 4th downwards. Of course, very soon we'll see Finland and Norway then in the arena passage.
I think they have the same forking here.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that control to be forked because I think they've already had the forking on the first 2 legs. But I may be wrong. Anyway, Haju is through. Still a similar time compared to Alexandersson overall.
Oh, but
and Andrina Benjaminsen has punched the control as well. In fact, has Venla Haju caught a little bit of time? Oh no, it's just similar difference. And you can hear all the cheers then from the home crowd here, cheering for Ben Lahayu. Just looking at the map a lot here, taking on a little bit of liquids, ready for this hill climb. It's a long leg. After this arena passage, you can see she's just checking all her options, deciding on the route choice and then the plan on how to get her there. Here is Benjaminsen. You can hear the sound of the arena speaker giving lots of information to the Norwegian, knowing the gap. And there is a big gap behind her. So these three teams in a very strong position to end up on the podium. Absol then here next. And has she managed to get a little bit of a gap? Yes, she has. She dropped back to the chasing pack and now has got a little bit more of a gap now, going 9 seconds ahead. So really now wanting to run away from this group, not helping them to catch up on the leading teams. But it's so much work for Absol to do to catch up over a minute to Norway, and there's not loads of course left to do it in. That's going to be very tough. I think we're going to have to see mistakes for Team Switzerland to get into the medal positions. Oh, I was going to say, was there a mistake there from Caroline Olsen because she's dropped back compared to the other teams, and there was at the 7th control.
It was definitely a mistake, yeah, but she dropped back to that control, 7th control. It seems to be forked anyway, and on my sheet, on the information I got, Benjaminsen and Harju didn't have the same forking the last one, but that might be a wrong information as well. I can't guarantee that that's right, but we have to wait and see.
Yeah, we do have to wait and see as we can catch up with Tove Alexandersen already at the top of the hill using the edge of this semi-open area, as we've seen quite a lot in this relay and indeed on yesterday's middle distance.
And this is the control I was talking about. You've seen that in the men's race. They had the option with the control before, and then to this one. Not going all the way down to the common control the man had. That looks good for Alexanderson. And behind, there's still a small gap between Harju and Benjaminsen.
I mean, and here, once you've decided to go straight, I mean, it's kind of point your compass and keep climbing and head to the edge of the open area. I mean, that's just, it's a big feature, super obvious to get to the control. And then the real orienteering kind of takes place from where Tove Alexandersen is now until the actual control, where it gets much trickier.
Yeah, and they've been here yesterday as well, so they know how it looks like. There won't be any surprise on the way. And as you said, you have to kind of have a feeling where you leave the semi-open area. You can go all the way, almost all the way down to the crack, and then follow the control line more or less in. But I think it's a bit quicker, as Alexandersen is doing now. Heading into the green a bit earlier, she's gonna probably see the stone there on the way as well to the left in the running direction, and then drop another 10 meters from there to the control. If you drop a bit early, you can probably see that yellow spot just before the control circle as well.
Let's head back into the terrain with Ven Hayu. She is nearing the top of the hill. Just about there, you can see again the edge of the semi-open. It's a huge, big old feature for her to follow. You can see most of the athletes choosing to actually go out into the open, suggesting that they prefer that kind of runnability. Oh, and I was just about to say, look at the GPS tracking, because as we said, this is the hardest part of this leg, and here's a mistake then from Tove Alexandersson.
I was so close to say that I don't think the control is so difficult, because you have this yellow bit just before the control.
And I thought she'd have seen that boulder as well by the vegetation boundary, but clearly not.
No.
But she looks like she's got control of the situation.
Yeah, if she climbs a few more meters now, she got it. It's always a danger when you're too low. Of course, you can't see the control. That's placed a bit above, higher than you. You can see that Benjamin Minsen can spot the runners in front of her.
Or the one runner in front of her.
Yeah, but I think there was another person. There might be a camera operator or someone from another leg.
Yeah. But both of them kind of cutting the corner here in the semi-open. And then we'll wonder if both of these runners are able to take this control in a good way. You can see the kind of green aspect to the terrain here.
I mean, this was a light green, so that was not extreme at all.
Not too bad. And then this, they've got to really accurately get this control, know where they leave the open, which is really hard. And not really very many features, although, as you said, you can see the boulder above, the open below. This is the 10th control, though, and there's still absolutely no drama for Tove Alexandersson. Even though she made that mistake at 9, she's still in a very, very comfortable position.
And both Harju and Benjamin Minsen exactly on the same line as we had Alexandersson, and I think that Harju is overshooting the control as well.
I think
Benjamin Minsen looks better. Getting a bit closer to the circle. I wonder if she can spot Harju in front of her. That would be a dangerous situation for Benjamin Minsen. They both go and drop too low. Who
realizes first? Here's the tracking.
But they are too
realized.
So the danger for them comes in form of Simona Abersold about a minute and a half behind. They don't get control over the situation as quick as Alexandersson did. They're too low now. Now I think they start to notice that they have to climb, but they're a bit far off direction as well.
It's so tough to try and relocate here. I guess you've got the green, but it's not that obvious. The marsh, the boulders.
Now I think they have control over the situation, but the gap to Switzerland is not that big anymore. So if Abersold is able to get that control without any problems,
you can see she's gone a little bit further down in the open area there, and yeah, exactly. And then she just needs to kind of continue on the contour line.
I mean, the risk,
not drop too much height.
The risk that she will drop as far as the others is much lower because she basically doesn't have to drop anything 5 meters from here.
So that mistake there has put Norway back up from 3rd into 2nd, but Switzerland closing the gap now on the 2 ahead.
Not really closing
now
it.
Norway and Finland now have to be really careful to kind of come round this hill and keep the right height as well. They don't want to drop too much height at all. So we wait then at the 10th control, and we've got Norway now ahead of Finland. Here she comes. Andrina Benjaminsen looking around a little bit here. Number 9 proving very decisive for Norway, potentially. Here's Finland, here's Venla Harju. We've got to now have a look at the gap between these two in silver and bronze medal position. seconds.
It'd still be about half a minute compared to Switzerland's.
Yeah, I think
from
so.
Finland to Switzerland
Quite soon.
And we also had Alexandersson now at control 12, so only control 13 in the forest left, and then the last control.
Ooh, coming from quite low there compared to the others. "40 seconds. Another tricky control to come. It's not quite the same one that caused the problem on the men's course. It's a small depression.
Benjaminsen rather high up the slope already.
But we're already at the edge of the forest. Tove Alexandersson here to win this relay then for Sweden. Just the last control to go. And again, what a stellar team performance really from all of the members of this Swedish team. Just that small mistake on control number 9 really is the one where we saw them have problems. Hannah Lundberg took the lead after the first leg and got a huge gap really on the rest of the field. That gap grew to over 2 minutes with Sanna Fast on the second leg, with people messing up behind her, but very clear controls and stable races for both of them. Honestly, Alexandersson had quite an easy job to do at the very end of this relay, and Sweden take both relays then here in this World Cup final in Finland. Both the men and the women winning here, and with a big margin in here for these women too.
And actually, I mean, this race was decided at the very, very first control of the competition, because we already had a gap by 20 seconds and it was never closed throughout the whole competition.
Kanten och så var det ganska skitigt, så jag tänkte, ja, men nu ger ni över så vill jag liksom få den här. Så fick jag gena över och så tyckte jag att jag liksom, jag måste kolla på GPS sen om jag var där och kanske att jag drog snett i ett strå. Ja, exakt. Jag vet, ja, jo, det vet jag, men det vet jag, men
So she's speculating about the mistake she did. She said it was not as nice runnability there as she expected, and she really thought she was at the right point, but she must have been a few meters wrong.
But we can then have a look now at the teams coming in towards the finish here. Very, very soon they'll be at the edge of the arena. This is our camera at control number 13. We see already 2 minutes since Alexandersson passed this point, but here is Norway and Benjaminsen. And it looks like, in fact, the two relays might go exactly the same way for the men and for the women, because Benjaminsen is here just emerging onto the field. Just got the one last control to go, and she managed to keep it fairly stable. She didn't lose quite as much time on that third control, managed to keep in a good direction where those around her, like Aberstald, made mistakes. And big cheers for Norway here. Such a strong team. Anna Dukon, Maria Lausen and Andrina Benjaminsen really proving the star on this last leg and making the mistake at 9 quicker than Venla Harju ultimately pushed her into second place.
Actually, Benjaminsen was even 6 seconds faster compared to Alexandersson on the last leg.
Well, I was going to say she didn't have to push it. Neither of them really had to push it on the final stages here. But Finland are going to go into the third place. And it was, yeah, good, stable orienteering, mostly for these three athletes. Marika Taney, Maya Sienoya, and for Venla Harju, just that mistake on the 9th control dropped her back into third. Miles all round and 2 bronze medals for the Finnish relay teams today. We've got the next athlete about to come into the field as well. And here is Simona Abersold. It was her mistake at control number 3 that really punished the Swiss team today. After a good performance from Paula Gross, a great performance from Inés Berger to put them in a really good position at the changeover into that leading group. But mistakes there at control 3 for Abersold. She was kind of fighting back, and in the end, a 4th place just off the podium for Abersold. Ooh, look at this here. This is Teresa Roturier from Czechia, just having trouble here into this 13th control. And actually, Abersold was quite high up into that control as well. So we will see who's the first to emerge from the forest. Is it going to be Norway, Sweden, or Czechia? It is Norway here. And that is Gerald Winningsund for Norway's 3rd team. We've got, I think, Caroline Olsen there for the 2nd team of Sweden. There it is. And Teresa Roturier for Czechia. And it's a big fight here that Caroline Olsen is determined to win. But has she gone too early? We will wait and see. Czechia in the 7th position. But it is Sweden too. And Olsen, powerful legs on the last bend. She's thrown herself around that bend and towards the line to get the 5th place for Sweden. Norway 3 gets 6th, and Czechia here will be into 7th, but the 5th placed nation. And actually good performance there from Czechia all round. A very good performance from Norway 3 as well. Set up with a great first leg by Pia Jongvik. As we were saying yesterday, more to come from her, we think, as her career progresses, as she gets more experience. But Teresa Roturier, mistake there on the 13th control. Pushed her down a couple of places behind Olsen, behind Sund, as we can see there. And 7 teams in. We've got Finland 3 on their way, Sweden 3, Norway 2, all heading down the slope. And we can wait here at the 13th control for Finland. Venla Taulavori, 2 minutes off of the 7th place team. Sweden 3, Norway 2 heading towards the finish as well. Then a big gap towards the rest of the field. Here she is at the edge of the forest. And this is the 2nd best Finnish team, coming here into 8th position. And if we kind of reflect maybe on this whole relay, maybe the men's and the women's relays, where do you want to, where has the best kind of performance come from? Is there anyone you want to point out and really say how great they performed?
Something that really surprised me today was that we could have seen the decisive moment in both relays on the very first control of the competition. We had Victor Svensk, who was able to break away on the first leg, on the first control, and we had Hanna Lundberg. And I mean, Sweden in the men's relay, they were able to maintain that lead until the last leg, until Martin Rekborn did the mistake at that first forking as well. And that surprised me because usually, especially in the men's race, we don't see that someone's just able to run away from the others when the terrain is as easy as it was at the first loop. Otherwise, of course, here in the women's relay, we have to highlight Hanna Lundberg's performance, 2 minutes quicker than everyone else.
I mean,
that
she's really
was
making that's kind of becoming her job on relays. She's so many times she's gone out on first leg
I
and
mean,
made a gap, but not that big.
today was different because in Team Switzerland we didn't have Natalia Kempele. That makes a huge difference for Switzerland, of course. Ines Berger did a great job, but I mean, you have Natalia Kempele would come in as the second best in the Swiss team, so that makes a difference. And then it changes also the way how you should act as Team Sweden when you have other strong opponent. You might have another strong runner on the first leg. But of course, I mean, if you have Hanna Lundberg competing against Paula Gross and Anne Dürkohn, Marika Teini, well, you can have the tactical approach and try to make a gap already there. It was very clear to me that they got the instructions by the coaches that they should run quite aggressively in the beginning and try to force this gap to open both in the men's and women's relay.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Hannah hit the front straight away on the run out to the start control, and she was not messing around at all. So we've got some more teams on their way in. Finland 2, this is Mia Nittinen, and Switzerland 2, this is Alina Nigli on their ways in. We've also got Poland in that mix as well, who we can't see on the tracking, but Hanna Wisniewska is in and amongst that group, and we've got another 3-minute gap back down to the next athletes. So once again, we've had quite a short relay today, so we will see take a lot of the teams through into the finish before we end the broadcast, before we have the flower ceremonies as well. Of course, we will make some calculations about the overall team standings, and presumably that's basically put Sweden into the win.
It's quite an easy one because Sweden won both of the relays. Norway was ahead of Switzerland in both of the relays, so it's going to be Sweden ahead of Norway and Switzerland.
Yeah, very decisive on the last section, and lots of points to be won on this relay as well. Just really shoots them into the lead. We've got a couple of teams here. This is Poland and Switzerland here. We saw, I think, a mistake from Finland. So this is Alina Nigli, followed by Hanna, or I was going to say followed, but Hanna Wisniewska just jumping ahead there. Two athletes coming in for 12th and 13th place.
There might be a comeback here. It's too short, probably.
A good fight all the way to the line, but no, just a couple of paces behind for Switzerland 2. This is Finland 2 and Mia Nittinen. Had good individual performances in these champs. And actually, I think if you look at the leg times throughout this whole competition, this third and final leg was, as you might expect, with some mistakes made, a little bit longer than the previous one. So I think it's actually Hanna Lundberg who has the best time overall. So a 14th place there for Finland. And I think we're going to wrap up then the final results, take a look at the GPS tracking, and of course hear from the winners. Sweden with that big gap in the end ahead of Norway, Finland, Switzerland, and then we get some of the second and third teams in there. You've got 3 Norwegian teams in the top 10, 3 Swedish teams in the top 10. Strong work there for Denmark and Poland in 11th and 12th. But some of the familiar suspects towards the top of the results list.
Yes, we're going to see the last leg in the GPS comparison. Would be more interesting actually here, and maybe more relevant to see the first leg. Now we get the replay of the very last part. This is Alexanderson on the semi-open area. She's going to have problems there, cutting through the green here. She thinks she's right, as we heard her saying just in the finish. A bit more dense there than she expected. The other teams behind doing exactly the same. And look now at the difference. Simona Absaldt followed the semi-open area a bit longer. She had the advantage that she knew that she is on height, so she could go and follow the contour in. She knew that she doesn't have to drop, so the control itself is much easier approaching it this way. But of course, if the others had it without any problems, they would have been a bit quicker. Then, as you said, not the best exit from control 12 to 13. Quite many of the runners did that, struggled there towards this 13th control.
So I'm here with the winners of the women's relay, Team Sweden, Hanna, Sanna and Tove. Congratulations on your win. Let's start with you, Hanna, in the first leg. You really seem to be pushing hard from the beginning. Was that the strategy, and how do you think it went?
Yeah, I wanted to go all in from the beginning and then take my own controls and focus on my own work, and I think I managed it well all the way to the end, so I'm really happy with my performance today.
And Sanna, that meant you had a lead of about a minute on the second leg, and you just kept pushing on. Did you like running alone and not having to run with a lot of others, or what were your thoughts?
No, I think I prefer to be the one who's hunting instead of being hunted, but yeah, it was okay. Yeah.
But did you struggle mentally with being in the lead? Were you nervous about your race?
No, not really. I just tried to focus on taking my own controls in my own way, and yeah, it was okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was more than okay. You actually created a gap of around 3 minutes to Tove. Tove, then you were sent out alone in the lead. A small mistake at control 9. Maybe we can talk about that. What happened there?
Yeah, Hanna and Sanna did fantastic races, so I had quite a good gap, which was good, and I also heard at the arena patches that it was quite a big lead. And to number 8, I was really looking at the map and saw that this will be a tricky control. I have to be really careful. So I really tried to be careful, and but I did a mistake anyway, and I was a little bit nervous because for some seconds I had no idea where I was, but I knew that I couldn't be far from the control, but it was green and you couldn't see so far. But I was really happy when I find the control, and then it was just to continue to not stress and just do good orienteering. So it was really nice to come down to the field and meet Hanna and Sanna at the finish.
And before today, Sweden haven't won any international relays in 2024. Both the men and you succeed today. Why do you think that is, Hanna?
I think, of course, one part is the terrain. We are really confident in this kind of terrain, and we really wanted to win today because, as you said, we hadn't won anything this year, and we wanted to be the best in the relays.
And another thing to mention is probably the Team World Cup. You will win that together with the men's victory today. What does that mean?
Yeah, we were counting yesterday, so that so we really wanted to win that. So we did a really great performance, both women and men. So it will be some celebrating later.
You definitely deserve that. Congratulations once again on your win.
Thank you so much.
Nice to hear that from the 3 members of the team winning today, and actually also that they care about the overall Team World Cup as well. Something that I'm sure they'll had a big team meeting, been looking at what they have to do, and just maybe to give them a little bit more motivation if they needed it. Of course, they probably didn't for today's relay, just to kind of round up the season. Interesting, Sanna Fast, just not super confident about her terrain, but maybe, she's not used to being interviewed after her race, though. And actually, it was Tova's job there to be like, no, my teammates did put together a good performance. They should be proud of themselves, and really the whole team should be very proud. And we do have the calculations for the whole Team World Cup. So Sweden ending that win with 5,887 points, puts them 450 points ahead of Norway, 5,525 points. Switzerland ending up in 3rd place, 4,938, and Finland in 4th with 3,735. And it was this good dramatic relay to end this 2024 World Cup, and of course two great performances from the men's and the women's team to secure Sweden with the Team World Cup overall. I think we will get our flower ceremony then underway for the women's teams, as we still see some finishers in towards the arena. Award the flowers then for the top 3 teams. And for those of you new to watching international orienteering high-level events like this, we don't award medals and prizes straight away. There's a time given for any process, anything to be sorted out there. We like to have, of course, a little ceremony in front of all of the fans, all of the spectators, and of course on the broadcast as well. So that's why we award the top 3 teams some flowers initially in the arena and on the broadcast as well. But there's the team of Sweden who, as Tove Alexandersson said, will be doing lots of celebrating today. It's been a long season. If we were discussing earlier, I think back it was May when the season opened in Switzerland with those sprint races, and now nearly in October. And so the preparations will turn to getting some miles in for the winter, and of course all eyes on next summer's World Championships, which will be back here in Kuopio in Finland. But before they think of that, we will award the flowers, starting with the bronze medal team. So this is the team in 3rd then. The team from Finland, you see Marika Taini, Maija Siinoja and Venla Harju. Just staying with the leading groups the whole way pretty much around this relay, or the chasing group rather, after Sweden got that big lead and rounding off, I said it before, a very successful home World Cup for Finland. Norway as well, their 2nd relay silvers, matching the men's performance. Anna Dukon, Maria Larsson and Andrina Benjaminsen. But of course, we heard from them earlier. Sweden taking another win here today in the forest of Kuopio. It is Hanna Lundberg, Sanna Fast and Tove Alexandersson all three of them with a great race, but particularly seen it decided on that first leg with Hanna Lundbo. Very, very impressive, and really got the tactics sorted for both the Swedish teams there to try and give Alexandersson a good lead on the end of that third leg. Worked absolutely perfectly for them. And there we have it, the top three here on the last ever event of this Orienteering World Cup 2024 to round up the season. If we look ahead to next season, Jonas, we have races going. We'll start the competitions in June in Sweden, Idrefjäll. We'll have a long, middle and a relay there. And of course, you will see the World Championships back here in Finland, not part of the World Cup series. We will go to Belgium and then Switzerland. So lots to come then in the World Cup next year. We hope you've enjoyed the 2024 season, and we will see you next year.
See you next year.